Welcome back, everybody, to the Season 16 NA Challenger Cup. Again, I am your host, the Sky Joker, and I'm so excited to be back here as a host on the casting scene. Man, it's been a while. So apologies. I'm gonna be a little rusty. Hopefully we can still be entertaining. The camera isn't too crazy. I hope my audio's good. If there's any problems, of course, please let me know. Let me just get everything settled. I hope y'all are excited as me. Yeah, I got a little taste of the casting in the Pay Your Way tournament. I was in the background running the secondary cam, and I realized how much I missed it. So of course I had to come in and show my face and once again be a part of VRML casting. Apologies. I'm also making sure everything is set here. We are still waiting on teams. Again, I'm bringing in cast for the Vindicators and Classified, as you can see down here. Or I'm sorry, it should be the Vindicators and Blaze. Do have the wrong teams up there, but let's see here. Let me get that all figured out. The Vindicators versus the Vindicators. No, not really. Go ahead and pull up Blaze. Boom. There we go, guys. All right, and we don't have to wait too long as we are going to hop right into it. Round number 1, we are starting on Cargo here. Very close range. Gonna be some quick action to start us off. As you see, we got Haywire, TBN Royal, Mr. Hello Speed, and Mason K on the Vindicators team, pushing in towards the south objective. Early flashbangs coming out. We just see a quick push down to the center just to gain the ground, but neither teams are actually meeting. So it's really just going to be a matter of who pokes the bear first. 6 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time on a map like this.
What's up? No, I know. Got this.
Shots fired from Pasquin down towards Haywire as he makes that very risky cross. Zero being called out by Hay. And we continue to see utility traded back and forth. Grenade not going to quite find it. And TBN Royal getting the first kill. Haywire managing to grenade right onto Zero. Perfect nade based off of his call out earlier. Bringing us to it.
One in center container.
Nice one.
Mason K managing to find Pasquin and a very quick reaction to those shots. Apologies, guys. I got a lot going on. In the background, Mason K looking for Dr. Aquafighter. Not quite able to keep up as she gets surrounded. Vindicators coming in 4 up. A full team. We are... Okay, so that was kind of threw me off earlier. I thought our dots were off, but no, we are in a 4v4. Going in. Hopefully everything looks good on stream. I'm just trying to get some last minute things squared away. I promise everything will run smoother as these rounds go on. Okay. Vindicators do take that. All right, guys. Shaking off the rust. Shaking off the rust. But we will get there. Yeah, it looks like we're just going to run 4v4 here on Cargo. This is the map you want to do it. All right, and here we go into round number 2. Over here on Blaze, we have Zero, Dr. Aquafighter, Bluega, and Pasquin 17 now on the attack.
Can you turn it on and off?
Blaze being a very OG team name. Not all these players having been on the OG Blaze. A couple of them coming in from Dark Matter and some other teams. Pasquin with the LMG getting a quick line through the center, making sure none of the defense gets too close there on the east side. We've got Hello Speed being the most forward defender.
If I'm gonna crawl one up tunnel, do you think?
Does have a C4, not placed.
He can't get past me, we're good.
You good?
Okay, good.
Whole lot going on here. We're gonna have to keep a close eye on Mr. Hello Speed to see how he chooses to play his position. A lot of danger of getting pre-fired, but if he plays his cards right, he could do a lot of damage here. A quick pick and then swinging around through the door before the Blaze team has time to react to it could be so crucial. Vega, a quick frag, gonna try and find. Apologies again. My microphone is not cooperating today. Frag almost finding Bluega, but Mason K manages to pop out and get Doctor almost a trade. Mason having to syringe there. Bluega not quite quick enough to refrag. Oh, turn up my microphone. All right. Hopefully this helps. All right, Mr. Hello Speed and Pasquin on the trade. Bluega making his way up. TB and Royal just right there. Smoke coming out on the east side cross. That's going to give Zero a lot of room to make this rotation. All down to TB and Haywire. Zero making his way, danger close to the objective, but TB has a cross, but he misses his shots. Zero's on the objective, and he manages to find it. Haywire with the quick grenade as well, gonna confirm that. Whew, that could have been bad, folks, for the Vindicators, but it's now up to Bluega to try and regain the ground that has just been lost. Go ahead and tune into Bluega's helmet cam. See how he chooses to make this approach. You can see him very cautiously checking all these corners. he should have at least a little bit of intelligence on where last man or the last players are up. Haywire in a pretty common last man position. TB having shot. All right, Haywire is giving out comms, so that will give Blue Vega a little bit of information. Oh, and the shoulders poke out Haywire, coming out on top. The Vindicators up 2-1. Look at that, folks. All right, guys. Oh, we do not have cargo listed here, so I'm talking about, again, the rust really showing. Like I said, as the rounds go on, we will get this solved. Man, Vindicators versus Blaze. So Blaze, again, being an OG team name, but the actual roster, as you can see down that way, a little bit different from the original days. We have Mad Outdoors, Dr. Aqua, and I think one more coming in from Dark Matter. So it's a bit of a resorted team. One second, guys. Let me go ahead and get us back in the round here as we await for round number 3. We're going to get a quick look at all the Man, why does this microphone keep coming out? Take a look at all the KDs. Haywire leading the lobby 3-0 from the Vindicators.
I already got 2. Thank you, though.
All right, some quick smoke coming out. Gonna spice up the defense a little bit. Blue Vega just getting lit up over here on the west side. Gonna be found by Asian. As we now have 5 members of Vindicators in the round. Mason K now going down to Dr. Aqua Fighter through a thin little slit here. Mr. Hello's be looking for the refrag with the nade. Pasquin right around the corner. And the trade down the center as Haywire finds Doctor. A free revive here. And then Haywire finding 0 from the side. Wow, what a quick round. Less than a minute. Vindicators just coming to win. Showing Blaze that it's not that easy to play at this level. Not that easy. As they know. I mean, they've been at the high levels before. So it's interesting to watch them struggle a little bit against the Vindicators. Maybe they're not prepared for the level of aggression that the Vindicators are bringing. Very interesting. All right, so I see chat coming up now. Good, good. Was having troubles with that a minute ago. All right. And again, please tell me if there's any issues with the volumes or really anything. I'm also pumping out 1440 for the first time, so hopefully that's all going smooth. And I also didn't have audio for a little bit, but I've now fixed that. Peek the new HyperX headphones that I got from the LAN, actually. A nice little gift from VRML. As we hop into round number 4, we're going to tune into Blue Vega. Kind of doing a quick coverage of the tunnels, making sure nobody flanks down that way. Again, the Vindicators just tossing out all this utility to make sure that they have the middle ground covered. Again, I don't think Blaze was quite prepared
Not mind, he's like near it.
for the aggression that Vindicators is bringing to this. Oh, a nice shot from Bluega finding Mr. Hello Speed there.
He's behind those boxes.
Oh, in 3?
Yeah, in 2.
In 2?
Gonna bring down the numbers to a 4v4. Take a look at Mason's angle here. Very common, but pretty hard to deal with without a pre-fire. And really risky to push this far out in the open. We see Blaze just waiting for Vindicators to make another mistake and peek too much. Another grenade coming out, not quite gonna find anybody. Lots of nades being utilized here. So we're gonna enable streamer mode so y'all can stop hearing these Discord pings. Cool. Bluega narrowly missing Asian as Mason K finds 0 on the cross. We need to hurry back over here to see how this ends. And Bluega with a nice little peek around the box. Gonna find Asian very unprepared. Oh, and then he overextends, getting shot in the butt by TBN Doctor, then finding Mason on a push out. Again, that seems to be the one crutch for Vindicators right now. Getting a little too antsy on the defense, pushing out, making rotations that they don't necessarily need to do. Getting themselves caught out. A nice smoke. Gonna hit right on Haywire's line. Make it a little bit more difficult to cover the lines he wants to cover.
Where are you going?
Oops. Oh, TBN finding Dr. Aqua, still trying to find zones to clear. Not quite ready for somebody in that corner. Now just down to Pasquin. Haywire is ready for. Wow, and as you could hear Haywire saying, they're currently 6-0, leading this lobby as Vindicators take the map. And throw that out there. Wow, what a map that I can't give the full extent of excitement for how well this went just because I'm trying to fix a lot of things. I'm so sorry, guys. But what a start. Vindicators 4-0ing Blaze. Again, one of the underdogs coming out to try and battle their way to that 8th slot to eventually fight in the finals. I mean, just from on paper, this is not how you would expect this to go, you know? Blaze being the OG team, Vindicators kind of being a scramble of different players, but they really came to win. They really played their hearts out here, and it makes me excited, for lack of a new word, because we keep using that one. Makes me very excited to see how they're going to continue as we go further into these rounds and we get harder matchups. hopefully we don't have to wait too long for that. We're going to go to a quick intermission while we await the next match. And we'll see you guys then. Welcome back, everybody. We are hopping into a ongoing match. Go ahead and get these team names in. Stand by. I just figured, why wait so long for a new match when we can just hop in and get some action right now? Give me 1 second, guys. I am getting everything pulled up. Okay. Realized we could have done this off camera, but I got a little excited here. Wrecking crew. I wasn't sure what the other team was. Here we go. All right, guys. So hopefully we get to watch a couple of rounds here. Proteus versus Wrecking Crew. Wrecking Crew actually coming in 3-2 against them. Looking at the KDs, it looks like a bit of struggle on the Proteus side to gain ground here. Hard to say exactly because we didn't get a chance to catch the previous rounds. All right, so let's go ahead and hop back in. We do have the helipad objective here. Again, this is Arctic that we are playing. Proteus versus Wrecking Crew. Proteus currently on Volk defense for this objective. And it's kind of all on the line here. Wrecking Crew already having 3 points. There's a lot of pressure here on Proteus to hold this. Here we go. We don't have to wait too long as we get into what I'm just going to call round number 6. Got Shinobi and a Meek making a quick push out here in the north as Wrecking Crew just pour into the center of the map here. Gonna be up to Peas down in the south to hold off, while God of Shinobi and a Meek try to hold off here in the north. Ruby and Dove seems to be the duo here that are gonna eventually push into this northmost room. Both teams just waiting for an aggressive swing. We followed the action here up the middle. Wrecking Crew in a really good sync here. Ruby, go! Man, ends up under the line of Amik, but Amik quickly adjusts to that. And a trade comes out. Got a Shinobi with the C4 onto Dove. Trying to make their approach. Now Misty going for the revive, but we gotta keep an eye on the south there. Peas and Draven currently on the fight. Oh, and the nade comes out, finds Ghost Killer. Peas rushing out, knows Draven's there, finds one, gonna get the confirm. Now up to Shinobi, waiting for that revive to come out. Hold off on the swing. Will he get it? Oh, he gets the revive. Util comes out, just a smoke, not gonna do much. Gosh, Shinobi opting to hold off, throws the flash, but they are already gone. P's now in for the flank. Plague Little right along as he finds Dove. Gonna run into the line of Dobalina. Misty not quite getting the kill. We gotta scroll into here. Shinobi going in for a side push. A little bit of pre-fire, but Misty has already moved on. Oh, and Select Pie with a little bit of a peek. Gonna find the kill, bringing us to a 3-3. Let's take a quick look at these KDs. Proteus, what were we worried about? Looking snazzy here on that defense. But 3-3, map deciding round right here. Will they bring the same level to their attack? Let's go and check on the objective. Looks like the southeast. We're also going to catch up or check out our sister stream, Shipwreck, leading that one, stream A. Just to make sure. Or check on how the Atrocities and Shadow Kings is going. Alright, folks. Proteus and Wrecking Crew. Again, Proteus being the winner of the Pay Your Way tournament.
I can sit in south between the blues.
Really interesting to see them come into this map right off the bat and struggle a little bit. Again, we couldn't catch the first few rounds, so not quite sure what the issues were. But from what we've seen so far, they're looking good. So Wrecking Crew must also just be doing good.
Don't see anyone. Doesn't mean they're not there.
As Shinobi said, he did not catch anybody on the pre-fire, but could still be there. Not a lot of information to go of. Amik very aware of this dangerous cross. Oh, the peak does bait some shots. Dove. Not quite getting the nade where he wanted to get it. More nades coming out. None of them finding their mark. There's grenades everywhere, guys. Good lord.
One in Shinobi's room, one in the back.
Unfortunately, none of them hitting their targets.
Could be hiding, laying down.
Miggy gonna spearhead this center push. Take a look at the defense here. They're very ready for this. It's going to be really tough to penetrate this defense here. They've got a nice wall. They're all along the back, but they've got every angle covered. Except for the one that just got smoked. A beautiful, beautiful smoke. Gonna completely conceal this cross. Can't forget about Miggy here. Again, trying to make moves in the center. Amik coming in nice and slow in the north. With the help of Select Pie and Shinobi. Oh, right as I go to him, Amik gonna find that kill. P's finding Ghost on a nice prone peek. Ghost getting a little too antsy and pushing out. Oh man, the objective is a little bit open, actually. If Peas manages to swing around the side of this cargo, that is an open objective, but Proteus do not need the cap. They just need the 1 point. Utility coming out. They are penetrating the center. And this defense is now surrounded as we get a nice little eagle-eye view. Draven can't really do anything. All the shots coming out. Ruby finds Miggy in the back. And the trade over in the north as things slow down into the 3v2. And Ruby and Peace trade now down to just Misty to defend this objective. She's got to know the pressure is coming in from the north. That's where all the shots have been from. 1v2, not impossible. She's still worried about that objective. Doesn't know that all of Proteus are coming in from the north. Minute 30 on the clock. Plenty of time for Select Pie and Shinobi to really do anything on a map like this. They've got a lot of options, but they're going to continue to clear each corner as a nice duo. Take a quick look at their movements. I mean, they're great. They've got great spacing. They're covering each other's back. They can refrag each other pretty much immediately. They're not lined up. This is the type of teamwork you want to see. We count down to less than a minute now. All right, 30-second timer. The watches are beeping. The pressure is on. Proteus cannot run out of time here. 18 seconds. They need to make a move. If they don't get it quick. Oh, Misty doesn't hear the footsteps in time. Select Pie finding it. The final kill, taking this map for Proteus. Take a quick look at those KDs before they all hop out. Ruby coming in with the double digits for Wrecking Crew. Right before they left, coming in with 10 kills. Alright guys, that is it for this map. Catch you guys on the next one. Welcome back to the stream, everybody. Again, this is the Season 16 NA Challenger Cup, and I am now joined by a co-caster, Phantom Operator. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Sky. Pleasure. Thank you for having me.
No, thank you for coming in and assisting me in what's going to be some of the best Onward action these people will have ever seen. Phantom, tell me a little bit about what you think of the Challenger Cup.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's something that's always full of surprises, because it's one of those events where the lower ranked teams, they have a chance to prove themselves. They have a chance to move up the ranks, get into the round robins, and then maybe, who knows, go towards the World Championship. And these teams, you know, I've just come across the pond from the EU Challenger Cup, and these teams, they're fighting tooth and nail to try and get these wins. So it's been very, very close and very, very exciting. And I'm just looking forward to seeing more of it, to be honest.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the Challenger Cup is the opportunity for these teams who couldn't quite make it in the season to show up and make up for those mistakes. And yeah, you never know what's going to come across. So I just wanted to pop in here, give Phantom a chance to say hello, give his thoughts. We are still waiting for the next lobby to come up. So we're going to hop back into the intermission, but hopefully we don't have to wait too long for that. And we'll see you when we get in lobby. Welcome back, everybody. We are here in lobby. In fact, I'm just going to pull us right into the game so we can check it out. We are going into Abandoned, and Phantom Operator tells me he has the stats pulled off, stats for these teams pulled up. Phantom, tell me about them. What do we expect?
Absolutely, yeah. Abandoned is definitely a long-range map here. I'm having a look at both teams, starting with Wrecking Crew. We'll have a look at their Season 16 stats to see how much they've played. They've played Abandoned a grand total of 4 times, and they've won it a total of once. We'll flip the coin over, have a look at LRRP, and they have played this map a total of once, and lost it once. So, interesting. Looking at the statistics, it does look like Wrecking Crew have more experience this season at least regarding match time on this map.
It's definitely going to be an interesting factor to play in here. And we also caught a little bit of Wrecking Crew versus Proteus in the previous round, and they almost beat them, which is pretty interesting coming into this. Again, Proteus being the champion in the pay your way tournament and kind of being what some are calling the fan favorite here. So I'm curious to see. It was also on Arctic, so it's a lot more close combat. We are bringing this to Abandoned, which does appear to be Wrecking Crew's choice. So I'm wondering how much different of playstyle we're gonna see.
Yeah, it will be an interesting one, 100%. Abandoned is one of the largest maps in Onward at the moment, so range is definitely a huge factor here. So we'll have to see how these teams perform. You know, there'll be factors of remaining disciplined, potentially large-scale flanks. There's a lot to factor in, and not everything is long distance on Abandoned. You've also got a lot of close quarters in the central parts of the map and those apartment regions, so it can be a bit misleading at times as well. But yeah, I'm very excited to see this. We're going to have LRRP, which, for those of you that don't know, stands for Long Range Reconnaissance Patrol, a very tactical name, and they will be starting on defense. So we'll have to see what sort of style they bring.
It's kind of funny them being long range, and we are on the long range map. I wonder if that suits their style. If the name is kind of also a precursor to how they like to play.
Absolutely. Maybe we're in for a masterclass, Sky, right? On the long range. We'll have to see.
Oh shit, I'm about to start recording.
All right, let's go ahead and get a look here. Apologies for that. The Wrecking Crew getting the south building spawn. They're going to get a quick line of sight onto the apartments here, but it doesn't look like they're going to catch anybody. LRRP managing to stay in the more hidden signs of the defense. We're going to go ahead and move on over. Phantom Operator, looking at this defense, what do you expect later on in this round?
So what I'm seeing so far is a fairly meta defensive setup. What we've seen is emphasis on the east. We've got the Minion and Mr. Noodle here holding down the east approach, which is a general avenue of approach. And then we've got some players centralized on the center, and they seem to have invested one player in the 3-story, looking for those long-range picks. But it does look like we're about to get in some action here.
Absolutely. Noodle and the Minion, the dynamic duo, gonna have to face off against Ghost Killer, Misty, and possibly even Draven if they choose to rotate back towards these apartments. Noodle and the Minion really have it cut out for them as Misty slowly peeks around out in the open.
It's a very interesting offensive setup. They have a free stack here in the east, which is making good progress. Any moment now, we're going to get into a gunfight here in the east. The remaining 2 stay further back, looking for picks.
Oh, Noodle with a nice little peek under that dumpster manages to catch Misty right before she has the angle on the Minion.
Fantastic pick there. That's an advantage for our long-range reconnaissance patrol side here. Ghost of Killer's now going to try and refrag.
We also cannot forget about Draven. A little bit off to the side.
Ghost of Killer's slowly moving up, sneaking his way in. Oh, but that's a long line.
Oh, Chimmy with the nice coverage on the cross, but Draven finds the minion getting a little too peaky. And now the fight, the flashbangs back and forth, ending in a bit of a stalemate there.
Both know exactly where each other are. Now they're trying to counter each other with utility. Draven swings.
Ooh, wow, Chimmy with a nice view just over the barricade, ducked down under the shots.
We're in a 4v2 situation, Sky. LRRP is holding this objective down. The remaining approach from S-Dove and Ruby seems to be on the Free Story side, making a western approach. But they're going to have to deal with this defender settled down here in 3-story building. Let's see if Benny has got anything to do.
Yeah, Wrecking Crew really needed to be a little bit more synced up on that attack. I think if Ruby and Dove were in a better position to assist, I think that push could have gone very differently.
Absolutely, I am hearing a drone in the skies above Free Story. They are looking for this player, making sure Free Story is clear, but Benny's doing a good job of moving around. I reckon the players are hearing this taking place at the moment. Yeah, Benny's definitely hunting. Look at that.
Oh my goodness, the gunfight. Benny with the high ground, not quite giving him the advantage he needs though, as neither team lands their shots.
We're into a firefight here. You can notice the other defending players are rotating around from behind as well. Some good and strong rotations coming in. Jimmy Chunga takes down the drone in the meantime. Benny is just rotating around, giving lots of information to his team here. And you can see the rotations.
Ooh. You can actually see Noodle Poodle in the background going on the flank. S-Dove now the last one up for Wrecking Crew and goes down to Noodle on the flank. And LRRP take the first round. Whew! How do you feel about that, Phantom? That was your first round in the cast. Are you on the edge of your seat?
That was definitely an exciting one. Lots going on there, to be honest, and this is what comes with being across the pond in the NA region. There's a lot of diversity going on, right? We saw the defending side take care of the East, but then when they took care of it, they didn't just sit there. They went on flanks and went all the way around behind Free Story and helped Benny, who was in that 3-story building, deal with these attackers. It was a very well coordinated defense, very disciplined. Good try on Wrecking Crew's half, but yeah, 1-0 up at the moment.
Yeah, if Wrecking Crew hopes to bring this back and take this map, we're going to have to see a little bit more teamwork out of them. And honestly, I think a little less hesitation. It felt like when they were pushing up that East, they were just a little too worried about the angles. It's good to be cautious, but you need a little bit of haste. Otherwise, you're going to get yourself caught out in the open.
Yeah, absolutely. Bouncing off each other is a big important concept, so it's not a bad thing if someone at the front does go slightly fast, as long as you've got that person behind them to get that refrag. That's the main thing, and yes, maybe that's what they could have done in the East.
Well, they don't have to listen to us wonder about what could be or could have been anymore as we hop into round number 2. Let's see how LRRP choose to make this assault onto the objective.
It's an interesting objective. There is only one Marsoc spawn and one Volk spawn, so both sides know exactly where to expect the enemy. So what we're going to see here, it looks like, is 2 players, Benny, Death Legion. They're going to take the far west. In the meantime, we have a split on this balcony. Minion is looking for anything he can see on the street cross, but no. Wrecking Crew know about this, and they're not going to expose themselves. We're seeing an almost mirror defensive setup. 2 in the far east, going to similar positions, and then 1 in the center, and someone in the 3-story building.
See there, the drone going down. Not gonna find much information out of that. A quick look at Benny here, looking for any aggressive push-outs in the center. But he's not gonna find any.
It's definitely a slight difference here on the Marsoc round. They're going a bit faster. They've taken control of the west to somewhat in the center, whereas the other team, they hung back at the start and stayed further back. But this team, they're pushing more in a line. If you look at that mini-map, we've got a line of blue moving up together.
A lot of suppression coming out from the minion directly onto that shack. You can see there S-Dub unable to do anything. Probably can't even hear.
Absolutely lucky for him. It seems it's not penetrable. So he's going to stay alive in there a bit longer. But Chimichanga, he's danger close to him now.
Yeah, using that suppression to cover their footsteps, Chimichanga has moved up and now has the intel they need. S-Dub making the callouts about his suppression. Oh, and the M203 perfectly placed onto S-Dub's position.
A great play.
Wonderful. As Ruby downs Chimichanga, trying to go for a refresh or for a confirm though.
We're down to a 3.5 situation on both teams here. Revives are possible, but it's not looking like it's going to come out on the Wrecking Crew side, at least, given how close they are to the enemy here. They've made some good progress here on the east side of the objective. As we say that, Misty comes alive, finds 1. Look at that line from 3-story. Wow.
As you call it out, Ruby managing to find the back end of that attacker. Wrecking Crew really showing their colors here on the defense. You know, we talked about needing a little bit more teamwork if they wanted to come out on top. This is what we were talking about. The complementary angles are so strong with this defense.
Absolutely. Wrecking Crew looking to wreak some havoc here. Absolutely doing fantastic. They've got the lines on objective. The 3-story player is holding it. We've got people on the objective. Now let's see what LRRP can put on the table. We've got an interesting split here. 1 player in the far north. We've got the minion is moving into the central region here. This is going to be interesting, Sky. I wonder if Ruby will be able to catch Death on this prone move.
Oh, as you say, Ruby once again doing work in that 3-story. Manages to catch 1. Now just down to Death Legion, a 3.5v1. It's interesting how far out Legion has made it.
It's going to be a tough one, this. They're in a 3 versus 1 situation, soon likely to get a revive, potentially make that a 4v1. I mean, he's definitely behind the defense. He may be able to find a pick, or there is a route here. I'm having a look at the mini-map. If he can avoid the guy in the tank house, he has a way to sneak on that objective. If he can watch out for Ruby, he has a way onto the objective, so it's possible. He may be able to go for a cap.
Yeah, and also looking at the map, you can see that the players are not expecting anybody to have gotten in the north, and that's going to play huge into Legion's advantage if he opts not to take any shots. Nobody is looking his direction.
Reconnaissance Patrol have a chance here. Death Legion are playing with time, you know, near 1 minute on the clock. He's going to need to move in soon, but he's definitely hunting for those picks. People are very likely to be in the north or those apartment buildings, which is exactly what he's searching for. But unluckily for him, there's going to be no one there. Or should I say luckily, he's not going to get killed either, so we'll have to see.
Oh my goodness, he passed right out in the open, exposed to 3-story. But again, Ruby just not looking north.
Interestingly, Ruby's playing the 2nd floor, so I'm not sure if they have the same visibility as the top floor would. So it'll be interesting to see if they'll be able to catch Death Legion on this approach.
This is wide open.
Absolutely, this is what I was saying. There's a risk of a cap here. If he just sneaks in without making noise, but as I say that, he's going to have lines on someone facing... Oh, is he going to get this line?
Oh, he takes the shots. That's going to give away danger close to the objective. Ghost Killer opting not to poke all the way out, but he does finally in the swing and trade. Wow. What a way to end that round. LRRP almost getting there.
Wow.
Whew.
Close rounds. Closer than I thought it would be, given the situation. It's a very
Absolutely.
interesting one.
You know, I thought they were going to run out of time. I was thinking Death Legion would just take it a little too slow, but he did pick up the haste. And interestingly enough, if they had chosen not to take those shots and just go for the objective, no way for them to know this, but that was free. That was 100% open. Nobody looking that direction.
Absolutely. It was definitely a clever play. Probably one of the best plays you could do in this situation. Unfortunately for him, taking those shots there did give away his location, and he was very short on time, so he didn't have many options left after that point. But there was definitely a route. But as you said, Sky, we have the bird's eye view, don't we? You know, it's very easy to see from above what's happening, but these players, they don't see anything like those lasers, those name tags, so it's much more difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. We have all the vision, and they have little to none, especially depending on how well they're communicating with each other. It can be very hard to gather intelligence in this game.
Absolutely. I'm having a look now, and the objective does seem to have shifted. We're moving to that center hangar location, straight in the middle of the map.
Oh man, so many options for an objective like this. Again, in the middle of the map, so many different spawns that Wrecking Crew could get here. It's going to be very hard to set up a proper defense if they don't call out the spawn early.
Absolutely. The crucial thing here is to get lines onto objective, and they need to hold this down. They don't want to let them get too close and surround the objective. And having a look at Death Legion here, he's opting for a long line, may come into action here with some players in the north shortly.
We're exposed.
Yeah, absolutely. The key on an objective like this is getting pushed out people to find the spawn early, so that way you can get your defense set up accordingly instead of having to worry about the entire map. Oh, and Dove manages to catch Legion a little too exposed out there by the Heskos.
Fantastic play, but now you're seeing LRRP. They've adjusted. Almost most of their players are looking towards the north. From the free story, from the east, another goes down. Ghost of Killer gets downed, still able to be revived by it, but we'll have to see if it comes out.
I don't think I got him, but they're...
That's going to be a really tough revive out in the open with 3-story being so dangerous as it is. Noodle manages to find Ruby, but doesn't know.
LRRP are holding a solid defense here. They've really locked the north down. There isn't any viable routes of entry. The minion might find another one, but the Onward timing, he just misses that cross. That's going to work in the favor of Wrecking Crew here.
Absolutely. We cannot overlook Misty here. Managing to get a little danger close. Still has to get by Noodle, but Noodle's worrying about a lot more than just the back. So if Onward timing works in her favor, she could slip by. She also has that M203. Oh, but exposes her shoulder just a little too much. Noodle with a nice pick.
Very quickly, we're into a 3 versus 4 situation. The revive does come out, but one gets taken out trying to cross back. Draven is now hugging the walls for dear life here.
Yeah, unfortunately, the offense trying to make a rotation gets caught in the back, kind of forgetting to not expose to 3-story. Wrecking Crew just getting picked off one by one. They seem very disjointed once again in their attack, not quite backing each other up and complementing each other the way they did on their defense.
This is going to be a tough approach for Dove where he is right now. He's going to have to deal with free story as he moves up. Not sure if he's looking in the right direction for this, but there has been a lot of action in the east as well by that 2-story. So they may be puzzled, not sure which way to look, to be honest, because there are threats from both sides.
Yeah, and Estov, well aware of the predicament he's in, even calling out how much in the open he is. He's gonna need to call for a little bit of support. Maybe suppression on the 3-story would be their best bet right now to get Dove out of this predicament.
Absolutely, some sort of teamwork is necessary here. LRRP did a great job of identifying that spawn early and adjusting their positioning so that they have lines on this. You can see all those red arrows on the map. They're all looking towards the north. 3-story, east side. We've got players by the tank. The minion is sat there looking. They've really locked down this approach, and it's not going to be easy for this Wrecking Crew side to try and make some room here.
2:30.
Yeah, without some sort of wide flank or better control of the center, it's a lot to ask. It's a lot to ask for Wrecking Crew to gain the ground they need to gain to get to this objective. Draven, seeing the dead teammate,
Could he use it as camo as he moves up? Can he confuse Noodle, making him think he's shooting at the dead body? But we'll have to see.
Does manage to get a flashbang off of it. What he really needs is a smoke if he wants to push that line. Got the M203 frag, though.
He's definitely kitted for the occasion.
There's that smoke. Oh,
Minion
the
now
minion just doesn't quite peek enough. Oh, it's an M203 smoke gonna cover that window. Very smart. Less than 90 seconds on the clock. The flashbang bounces off, but still catches the minion in the corner. But they're not gonna move.
Interesting now. 3-story is out of action, it seems, but as I said, there is a line over the head. S-Dove is moving on to Minion. S-Dove
wow! Dove coming out on top. Minion was ready for it, but Dove was just a little bit faster on the swing. Oh, and then Noodle manages to catch Dove out in the open.
Draven's ready for this now, though he knows there's one in the 3-story.
Oh, the high ground once again not quite giving enough advantage here. Down to under a minute for Draven in a 1v3 in order to try and bring Wrecking Crew into the next point.
Benny's coming hot from behind as well. This is going to be a tough situation.
Oh, and he doesn't hear it. Benny catches him in the back.
Wow.
Holy mackerel, Phantom, I cut you off a little bit there. Tell me what we saw just now.
A lot of action taking place on the screen. Got to process that one, but fundamentally, having a look at this, you know, an early spawn was identified quickly. They learned that they were in the north, so the defense, they adjusted quickly. They put people in 3-story, looking north. They had east apartments, preventing that east cross. They had the minion. Wrecking Crew moved him up to the tank, looking towards the north. And LRRP, they spent a lot of the rounds stuck in that northern region. They weren't able to progress and find the picks they needed. So they found themselves quite stumped. And they were able to move up somewhat towards the end. That duo with S-Dove moving up, you know, finding some picks, taking out the minion. They got very close there, but Wrecking Crew, they had their rotations on point too. That 3-story player, Benny, he assessed the situation. He knew there was a vulnerability on objective, and he came around the back and shut down that situation very, very quickly. A very adaptive and successful defense.
Yeah, what a wonderful sight to see both of these teams coming out, giving their all. But, man, again, Wrecking Crew, they need that teamwork on attack. They need to be together. Otherwise, they're just going to continue to get picked off one by one. And I think a little bit of map awareness is needed as well. Exposing the 3-story when I don't think they realized they would be kind of threw them off a bit as well.
Definitely. This is very interesting. We have the same spawn coming out for the Marsok side. We'll have to see how they try and deal with this situation. Let's see if they end up in a slightly different one, or are they gonna end up in the same predicament?
I don't think they will, because it looks like Wrecking Crew's taking a bit more time in getting set up, and that might work in LRRP's favor.
Yes, having a look at this Wrecking Crew defense, they do seem to have crossed one to the east apartments once again. They've got a line. They have one in the 3-story region as well. You can see Ghost Killer getting a nice line from the 2nd floor. And then the remaining ones, they're pretty stacked on objective. They're all around the objective. And they've got lots of coverage of this. So they've got a solid setup. We'll have to see how LRRP will try to breach this. I hear a drone.
Interestingly, I think they called a south spawn. Oh, but they do manage to catch Noodle on the cross. So that's going to confirm a north spawn. The drone, as you mentioned, does go down. Ghost with the nice shots. And LRRP are already down one attacker.
Yes, it's very, very difficult to deal with these positions, right? Ghost Killer here, and then looking towards the north. They've got that 3-story in place. They've got the apartments in place. And these players, they've all got lines of the objective and the north if they want to. So making this approach is going to be tough. You can see 2 LRRP attackers. They're now slowly moving up to the east. You've got the minion here in the west. You can see these guys slowly moving and just looking for anything that moves, to be honest.
Yeah, LRRP really need to find some sort of early pick here. I think the power push is going to be this goat path push here in the east. That's going to be the key on whether or not this push wins against Ruby.
Definitely. It's going to come down to Onward timing too. Is Ruby going to allow Chimmy and Benny to get to the back of east? Or are they going to be focused on the front? Because it's a lot of duty to deal with. You've got to watch the front of objective and the back. So we'll have to see if these guys are able to breach behind the objective.
Oh, wow. Chimmy just gets under Ruby's line. I think this might work in Ruby's favor, though. Because I think at this point, LRRP are assuming that Ruby isn't there. They think apartments are clear. They sat there, they looked around, saw nobody in the windows.
Yeah, if they
so they
do
may
take
get caught in
the
the
safe
back.
routes, absolutely. If they take the safe routes and if they're careful, maybe they can get away with it. But Ruby is being quiet too.
Oh, Ghost Killer from a nice complimentary angle is gonna find one. Chimichanga left alone to deal with Ruby, but can't quite find the shots. Chimmy goes down. The east push is shut down just up to the Minion and Death Legion now, once again.
Just as you said, Sky, in that east, they were not ready for that. Ruby came out late and took the kill.
Absolutely, and it seems like Death Legion and the Minion are kind of LRRP's cleanup crew. They kind of stay back, gain the intel from the rest of the team, and work their way in based on that. Unfortunately, Death Legion gets caught out in the open by Ruby peeking out that window. Now it's going to be a decision of, does the Minion continue to gain ground off the momentum they already have, or do they fall back and try and add one and pick up Legion?
It's an interesting situation. I think Minion will be heavily relying on his teammates' callouts here. Based on what they're saying, I think that will be the necessary information needed to make this call. Because it's possible that Volks still have a line on their teammate. You can see those confirm shots going out.
Unfortunately for LRRP, they are, or for Wrecking Crew, they are not landing. Fortunately for LRRP, they aren't. Hopefully that gives the Minion a little bit more information to make this approach. But Ghost Killer with a nice little peek over. Gonna find that final kill. Once again, the point going to the defense. Holy mackerel. As you said, operator, we had a mirror spawn. So how do you feel they fared with that spawn versus the previous round?
You know what? I see a lot of similarities in the situation. The defending side, Wrecking Crew, they held down the objective how they needed to hold it. It was a great job from them. And the other side, they struggled to get in. They tried that eastern approach. Ruby managed to shut that down. And Minion, you know, he was left by himself. His teammate needed a revive. And that center push wasn't successful, unfortunately. The defending side just had too many stacked around the objective region, and too many were up at that point, so it was a very tough situation. Time wasn't on his side with 1 minute left on the clock. It was a great try, but no cigar on that one, and we find ourselves in a 2-2 predicament.
Absolutely, and we also find ourselves on a new objective, being in the furthest south building. And you kind of touched on this earlier, but not all of Abandoned is long range. And here we have one of the objectives that's going to show us just what Abandoned is like in the close range as they start to move into this building. Based on what we've seen from both of these teams so far, who do you think's going to fare the best and come out on top on this objective?
Oof, it's a tough one, to be honest, Sky. I mean, looking at how things have been so far, both teams, they've been taking their defensive rounds. There's a lot of value in defense. So, I think LRRP may be able to hold this down. But you gotta never say never. You never know. We'll have to see what unfolds in front of us.
I'm going to have to go against you here, and I'm going to have to give it to Wrecking Crew. I think based on how well they did in the close range on Arctic, I think this is going to be their time to shine because they don't have to deal with the entire map of Abandoned.
Absolutely. Look at these lasers here. Ghost the Killer had a laser straight above their head. Looking for that balcony, you can see all these lasers from Wrecking Crew. They're looking for that early spawn peak from the balcony, but Benny isn't giving them much, neither is Legion.
Oh man, the single shots back and forth, back and forth. Both of these teams really want that early pick in order to give themselves the number advantage. But I think that's going to work more in Wrecking Crew's favor with all these LRRP people making peaks.
What's very interesting is we have a Central Eastern focus. However, we've got one Wrecking Crew player on a cheeky flank. Misty Dobliana. Maybe I need to pronounce that name correctly. Dobelina. There we go. Let's do it justice. They're on a quiet rotation here. Maybe they'll get away with something.
It's going to be the minion, though, that's going to be here to stop that kind of approach. We do have a drone coming out over here. I wonder if it's caught the minion.
You can see the pistol shots coming out from Noodle. I think the drone's caught two positions, Noodles and minions potentially. That's going to help the Wrecking Crew side.
Absolutely. And intelligence is just so important in a game like Onward. You want as much information as you can gather as Misty continues on this beachside flank. No picks from either team yet. We're 2 minutes into the round.
And I've got eyes on the drone. It's flying directly above the building. They're trying to take it out. I believe it's still flying, potentially, yes. It's placed directly above the building. And that's giving them lots of intel, but also audio suppression. LRRP are struggling to hear footsteps now because of where that drone is. A very interesting play.
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to see a play like that happen a little bit later in the round, but another great thing about putting the drone in a loud, obvious spot there is everybody wants to shoot at it. It's just so enticing to take shots at that drone, but by doing so, you give away your position.
That drone just died out. Now the audio suppression is gone. As you said, maybe later in the round would have been better. But I'm looking at this Wrecking Crew attack. It's looking great. They've pincered this objective successfully. That Western player has snuck round Misty. They're going to have to deal with the minion or vice versa.
Maybe they don't.
Surrounded. Very true. Let's see if
Honestly,
Minion's ready for this.
yeah, Minion's not looking back. I mean, she's in. She's there. And so is Dove on the other side.
We're seeing them encircle the objective like a SWAT team here, getting ready to make entry.
This is what I was talking about. This is the wrecking crew we caught on Arctic.
Maybe you're right, Sky. Maybe that we're about to see a perfect wrecking crew execution. But let's see what LRRP have to say about it. Noodle might be first in line here, not looking the right way. They may be moments from death if they're not careful.
Oh, wow. What a smoke right onto Noodle. Gonna kind of cause a bit of commotion. And I think Noodle's gonna end up caught in the back by Misty. It's gonna be up to the minion to fall back and get them in the back. But this could very well end in just a bunch of trades as the doorways get breached.
Absolutely, you can see all those lasers on that doorway. Ah, there we go. Noodle has been ID'd by Draven. Draven's going for it. The utility comes out, that's a flashbang. He's breaching.
Oh, a risky move going straight into that doorway. Misty finding Noodle, now making her breach. Oh, she stops, waiting for the rest of the team. Get some util out. More flashbangs coming in, but the minion finds her in the back. S-Dove with a nice quick refrag there into the 3v3. All members of Wrecking Crew coming in from one side. Ghost Killer manages to find Benny. Oh boy, all the util on objective. Death Legion manages to catch Ghost Killer, but gets caught in the back by Dove. Now all up to Chimichanga, who gets the peek on the Dove and a Ruby. What?
Wow.
What?
What a clutch up.
What just happened?
Wow, a lot going on there, right, Sky? Whew.
Oh my goodness, it looked like a Wrecking Crew win. They had the surround, but the minions shook that up. They didn't react super well. Dove coming, actually no, I take that back. Dove reacting really well. Then they made the breach, but they really needed Ghost to stay alive there on the lower deck. Death Legion managing to shut that down. Gets caught in the back, but then Chimmy, is it Chimmy? Chimmy, with a really nice play, peeking up one by one, manages to clean up the team. Wow. Phantom, this is what we watch Onward for.
Definitely, this is why I'm here right now. Absolutely amazing action taking place all the way down to the wire as well. You just don't know what is going to happen. You know, the mood switches so quickly. 1 second you're like, right, Wrecking Crew's got this, look at this beautiful push. Then you're like LRRP, and it just keeps flipping and flipping and flipping.
I hope it's fast, guys. I really do.
Man. Well, that is another win to the defense here. Now Wrecking Crew gonna take their chance at it. I'm curious what kind of defense they're gonna pull out here. If it's gonna look the same as LRRP, or are we gonna get something a little different?
Yeah, that's a good point. And LRRP don't get the quick spawn. They spawn further back. In the meantime, you can see Wrecking Crew clearing the quick spawn, but no cigar on that one. No one's there. So that's going to give LRRP some time to move up here before the defense turns around and starts focusing more on this part of the map. They're all still got 3 people dialed in on the south, on the Wrecking Crew side. It's going to take them some time to realize that nothing is present.
I'm also noticing a much more condensed Wrecking Crew defense as opposed to LRRP. They have one person on the outside, but they're still really close. Nobody nearly as far as, say, the minion was.
Yeah, as we saw last round, it all comes down to the successful breach. And if you've got the objective building under control, you almost sometimes don't have to worry about much else. Interesting positioning from Ruby here. They're not going to be able to be seen. It's a sneaky one, because they can wait here until the LRRP side try to breach. and just shoot them in the back almost.
The trick for Ruby here is to stay hidden the entire time. You do not want to be peeking in Ruby's position because you will get stuck there and it kind of loses its benefit.
Definitely. The Wrecking Crew defense is spreading out, and if you have a look, we've got players rotating towards the east. We've got Draven in the west here who's taking control, and we might see ourselves in an engagement in the east, where we've got one Wrecking Crew player, he's at the silos, and we've got an attacker moving in shortly as well.
And see
Yeah,
the minion
S-Dove.
just trying to gain information here from the pipes.
Looking like a hawk for anything he can see.
Giving a nice overview.
This is where the action's at. Noodle is moving up slowly and carefully. As we say that,
No kidding.
Pick comes out. We're down to a 4v5 right now.
Oh,
Noodle's
man.
gonna have to be careful. This is very dangerous. They've got two players to deal with here. They've got Misty holding that cross, but S-Dove is also got a line from that silo.
Ho ho ho, and Noodle going down to the oh so common window.
One more thing to
Fucking
point
face,
out, we've got a
dog. Tell me
western
that
flank
was your
coming in
fucking
right now as
face.
well. We've got, let's have a look at who that player is. We've got Chimmy coming in from the back as well. He's gonna rotate
Absolutely.
round. Let's see, he might be able to catch that eastern player behind the silo if they know there's one there. Could get a line. You can see him scanning for anything, any signs of life.
Jimmy gonna opt for a more observational position as opposed to we saw Misty going for a more aggressive flank.
It's actually S-Dove who IDs Chimmy. The coin has been flipped and it's the actual opposite. Now we're into a battle. Look at the positional adjustments taking out.
Oh wow, Ghost Killer picking up Death Legion out there in the central right.
Yeah, we're seeing an interesting situation here. 3 on objective, and then we've got 3 pincering from outside. It's similar to the last round somewhat, but there is still one defender outside at the rear. We're going to have to see if that pays off. We've got S-Dove trying to look for Chimmy, and they've got a successful rotation too. We'll have to see if this pays off.
Can't forget about Ruby here, who's going to be the biggest enemy to Benny and Minion in their central push.
Uh-oh, as you said, Sky, the audio just came out there.
Oh, Esta finally manages to catch Chimmy. Now down into the 2v4, just under 90 seconds. Utility comes out, a nice flash, gonna hit Ruby. Shooting crazily in case they get pushed. Gonna give away their position. The Minions ready for the peak.
Look at this beautiful...
Here comes
pincer.
Ghost! Oh, to try and help out Ruby doesn't quite work out. They had 2 lines right on that doorway.
What a fantastic pincer. The minion and his teammate are lined up perfect to deal with Ruby here.
Oh!
So Ruby finds one, but Benny's there for the refrag. We're down to a 1v2 now.
Wow, what a great play right there. Perfect teamwork for that refrag.
Benny's low on time here, and that's the pick that they were looking for.
S-Dove finding the final kill, bringing us to a 3-3. What? Another round 7?
None of these teams are ready to give up, are they? Not at all.
No,
Definitely
not
on this
at
map.
all. Whew. We're going, I mean, if we keep the pattern going, it's looking like an LRRP win for this map.
Ooh, but having a look at the objective change, I think it's all
Ooh.
up in the air. Given where
Yeah.
this is at. Very, very attackable as well. The issue with this objective is it's placed in the center and you are not got high ground at all. it's possible for Wrecking Crew, who will be the attacking side, they can surround this objective. They can take lines such as 3-story, they can take that south compound, they can push from the east, from the pipes, or the beach on the west. There's so many lines of attack onto this objective. So LRRP, I think they can't play this too passively. If they just stick on the objective, they allow themselves to be surrounded. So I think we're going to see some sort of advancement to 3-story, or maybe the south compound, because you're going to have to contest this map. So if there is any objective on Abandoned where Volk advantage is less of an advantage, I think that might be this objective.
Yes, absolutely. What a crazy move that would be to push all the way to 3-story. I would love to see it work out, because man, that would really shake up any attack.
Wrecking Crew get the quick spawn as well, the quickest possible spawn for this objective. If they play their timings right, they can stop any LRRP players from pushing to the south side of the objective.
Let's see how they choose to push it. Misty making a beeline for an early line as well, as Ruby peeking over these rocks. Shots ring out. Quick spawn has been called. Noodle getting extra aggressive. Doesn't manage to win out. Actually, no, does find Misty. Manages to catch one right before dying. A nice 1-for-1 trade here.
Incredible pick there. Just on their dying breath, they flick and find one. But now they know it's the quick spawn. And as I said, look at the adjustment from the defense. You can see they've put people on the east side. They've pushed some people north. They don't want to hang back. And there's a pick. Ghost Killer goes down to Death Legion. We're down to a 4 versus 3 situation.
Absolutely. Gotta worry about Draven, though. Might catch Death Legion on the side. I don't think they are quite expecting a beach approach, or they've just kind of forgotten about it as they're laser focused.
Oh, he may get a line on Death Legion.
Find the shot. Find the shot. Oh, he misses the shots! But he manages just in time to down him before going down himself.
And those callouts are going to be coming out fast. There is a drone above the objective right now. I think Chimmy's position has been called out. The drone flies over into the east. Not going to find anyone around there. It's an interesting situation we're in. We've got 2 on the objective, and we've got Benny in the far east. They know where Draven is because the teammate's calling him out while he's down.
Yeah, and Legion can call out exactly when Draven chooses to peek. You see, every time Draven moves over, Chimmy peeks out. Definitely based on callouts by Death. Oh, but S-Dove manages to save him, finding Chimmy. That's going to give Draven a little bit more wiggle room here, but he's still got to worry about the minion and the sniper shot onto Benny. Ruby cleaning it up here, now down to just the minion who manages to find that kill on beach.
The minion is not in a good position right now to deal with this. He needs to have eyes on the south side of the objective, and as we say that, look at that, he rotates to the top floor, and from here he's going to be able to get some lines. If our viewers aren't aware, you're able to send the uplink from the bottom floor of the south side of this container stack. So the minion can't allow anyone to get there. And that's what we're seeing right now. You see him looking down upon that corner. That's where they have to cross from. So he's doing the right thing as last man. We'll have to see how it unfolds.
Yeah, and you gotta remember Death Legion only being downed over there can give plenty of callouts, so the flank is not going to work just yet if they choose to try and sneak in from the other side.
Definitely. We're seeing a split here on the Wrecking Crew side. We have a somewhat central approach still, but slightly from the east and slightly from the west. Although S-Dove is working into Minion's line right now. It's going to come down to Onward timing here.
Oh, Minion a little bit overexposed here as he jumps out, almost gets caught by Ruby. Not quite finding the marksman shots they found earlier, and the Minion gets the peek over the box. Manages
Ash
to
can't
only
use this.
down Ruby, but here comes Dove in the back with the nice little flashbang. Dove is tablet out?
Oh, he's going to need to go inside the building, as I mentioned. Does he know about that? He can get the minion, but he's going to come from behind. Is the minion here of the sound? He does know the sound. Dove is memorizing the code. Minion is also there. All he needs to do is get inside the cargo container. Can he get there? But no, the minion's here.
Oh, he's gonna swing out as he throws the utility. Minion coming out on top. What could have been a Wrecking Crew cap. Honestly. Whew.
That's as close as to the wire as it can get.
Absolutely. I mean, they just wanted to prove me wrong out of spite to try and get that Marsoc win, but just didn't quite execute it. Ruby doing some work there really made it tough for LRRP to win that one. But man, did they prevail in this round 7.
Wow.
So, not many words, you know? You had to be there. You had to be there.
Definitely. Could have gone either way with that cap potential there. If S-Dove had gone into the container sooner when Minion wasn't looking, that would have been a cap.
Absolutely. Whew. Well, we could talk all day about this, but we got so much action to catch going forward. We're going to go see if we can maybe grab another match before it ends. Hopefully we'll see y'all soon. If not, we'll catch you in the next round. Whew. See y'all in the next one. Welcome back, everybody, to more Onward action. We are coming into round number, what was it, 3? 3 on the Challenger Cup?
I think so.
I think we're in round number 3. Yeah, third map we're casting. Math is hard, guys. Seeing all this amazing play has really jumbled the brain a bit. But Phantom, tell us about the teams we are going to see in this round.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be an interesting one. So I'm having a look at the VRML regular season standings right now. And I'm having a look at these two teams. Latent Force and Flashbangers, they have the same MMR. Both on 1230. Latent Force is diamond, Flashbangers are gold, but there's not very much that separate these teams when you look at the standings. So I'm expecting some potential rivalry, and it could be some close-knitted action, to be honest. It's very close, so I'm very looking forward to this.
Absolutely. And knowing Latent Force and Flashbangers, how do you think they're going to play on a big map like this?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I'm currently going through the team statistics. I'll start with Latin Force. Let's have a look at how they've been doing at Abandoned this season. So having a look, they've played Abandoned a grand total of twice, and they have won it both times with a 100% win rate. So that's definitely good for them. Having a look at Flashbangers, they've played Abandoned 5 times. That is more than Latin Force. They've won it a total of 3 times with a 60% round win rate. But we do need to make it clear that they have played it more than Latin Force. So we don't know how Latin Force would have done if they played 5 times. So that's something to keep in mind. But both teams, they do seem to have experience in Abandoned, so we could be in for a spicy matchup.
Absolutely. And I mean, everything we've seen so far has been just so spicy. So I'm hopeful for this. And I'm sorry if you already mentioned this, but Latin Force so far undefeated in this Challenger Cup. So this is big for them. If they take this map, I mean, they're going to be one step, not just closer, but really close to taking the whole thing.
Definitely, they don't want to ruin their flawless record. And let's see if they can keep it going here on Abandoned. As you said, it's a long-range map. I'm not sure what maps they've played so far, but this one's definitely going to test their discipline. And as I've said before, it is long-range. There's a lot of cross-map shots that can take place. But there is definitely close quarters aspects to it as well. That center warehouse, the 3-story building, even the center silos. When you get close range, it does come about. Who's got the best line? Who's got the fastest shot? Things like this do matter. So it's a bit of everything, to be honest. Lots of hills, lots of terrain changes. You know, who can take advantage of them most?
And something interesting to talk about here. Your normal standard format for an Onward match is best of 3. So you play 3 maps. And this is equivalent to map number 3 of a standard Onward match, right? But we have changed opponents every single time. So usually in an Onward match, by now, you know, map number 3, you've been playing the same team. You understand how that team is playing. You've compared and contrasted maybe some intel you've gathered about them, etc., etc. But in this case, we're on map number 3. We're a little fatigued. We've been playing for what, like, we've been in game for about 2 hours now, and we are playing a completely different team than we played just the map before or the map before. So it really changes how you play and go about the match, because yeah, you're feeling that fatigue, you're feeling the pressure, but all the information you may have gotten from a previous map no longer matters because you're in a new map with a new team, or you're in the same map but still a new team. So that definitely plays a big role into how this is played and really changes how you need to play it compared to, you know, your normal match and season.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very, very valid point. You know, these opponents, as you said, they know each other, but every team has a different play style. And as they face each other, they have to be careful. They can't get used to one play style. If they've played very aggressive the last game, that might not work against the next opponent. So you've always got to be
Absolutely.
testing the waters. You've got to be feeling out your opponent. And that's really an important factor. Well, it can be a game or round deciding factor. These teams, whoever can adjust to each other, especially with how close these two teams are ranked to each other in regular season, it's going to come out to feeling each other and who can counter each other best, given their playstyle.
Absolutely. And to kind of branch off on that thought process, you bring up a really good point, adjusting to each other. So again, rolling back a bit, in your normal Onward match, you have 3 maps, potentially 20 rounds or 21 rounds, even if you go maximum, to make those adjustments. And in this case, you don't have that kind of time. You have 1 map. So you have, I would say 2, maybe 3 rounds max before you need to know how the other team is playing and you need to be adjusted for it.
Absolutely, that's a very important point. There's no room for error, as I like to say, given how little gameplay they get against each other.
Absolutely. This one map decides it all. But you guys viewing from home or wherever you may be don't have to listen to us just rant and banter too much longer, because we are hopping into it. Round number 1, Latin Force against Flashbangers on Abandoned. 6 minutes, go.
Excited to be here. Let's see what goes on. I'm very curious. Oh, shots fired early. You've got that eastern spawn, or eastern side for Latin Force. They're immediately taking shots on Darren Clark into the 3-story. Let's see how they adjust.
Gonna have to pop into El Cholino here. I think this is gonna be a really key push. If they decide to sit and wait for more commotion, or if they just push the momentum they've already gained.
Definitely Latin Force opting for a 2 center push. Given how close they are to objective, they can get there. All it takes is one moment of not paying attention for the defense and they're on that wall trying to cap. But Flashbangers, they are set for this. As I say that.
Oh my goodness. I caught it from a distance. That grenade. What a nade. I don't think the replay's gonna get it. I caught the tail end right over the pipeline. Gonna down the main attack here in the center. What a wonderful grenade from Flashbangers. Really stalled. And it forces Ivans, who was probably in a position they would much rather be in, had to come all the way out here to get the revive.
Absolutely. What's really interesting here is El Mexicano. He has gone onto the far west tower, and he's got a completely different angle onto his objective. And if any defenders aren't paying attention, he's going to find them.
Absolutely. We just barely missed that pickup. El Mexicano suppressing the 3-story, not quite finding the shots. We do have to watch out for Griff Dog here, who's made a bit of a push into the offense.
Oh, El Chileno is also looking around here. They're just weaving in between each other here. It's going to come down to Onward timing.
My prediction, Mexicano finds him in the back.
It's very, very possible. Griffdog, he's not moving anymore though. He's decided to go stationary. I wonder if he's going to be able to take care of Chiliano here.
be really tight. Tenet has a nice peek onto the cross. It's going to prevent any forward movement from Chile, but Ivan's looking to sneak their way past that line. Could find it.
We find ourselves in a stalemate here.
Oh my
Chileano and
gosh.
Ivan's.
Sorry to cut you off, but that was one of the best thrown smokes I've seen. Chile also complimenting it right onto the gap. Gonna prevent Tenet from grabbing the angle that he wanted. Oh, and there's Griff finding Chile. And now Darren finding Mexicano as well. That's gonna bring Latin Force down to a 2v5. Latin Force just unable to get the picks onto this defense that they want.
It's a very, very interesting situation. We're going to have to keep our eyes on place 5. He's coming from the back. As I say that, Siri gets taken out by Evans. We're down to 2v4. Place is working by himself from the back. He finds Bub 14.
A key pickup that's going to alert Darren. Ivan's doing work as well, finding Griff. Bringing it to a 2-2 very quickly, but Darren finds the kill from the secondary window onto place 5. Now down to just Ivan's in the 1v2.
How incredible was that? Latin Force was down to 2 of 3. Flashbangers were on 5, and look at the situation now, a 1v2.
That just goes to show you can't count these teams out. No matter how few players they have in the round, they can always come back. That's what you get at this level of Onward play.
Now, we are down to a 2v1. However, if Tennant goes down to Evans here, Darren is not close to the objective. If Evans can find the way through somehow, that could be a cap.
Oh, but Tennant comes out on top. Look at that. Just barely pokes out in time for Evans to look the wrong direction. Woo! And Flashbangers finding the first point onto Latin Force, the undefeated team so far. Is that how you expected this to go, Phantom?
It's a good question, to be honest. Latin Force doing well on their attack. They initially had that idea of pincering from the center. They approached from that center pipes, trying to move on objective with the smokes, but that beautiful nade toss that came out and took out 2. That was amazing. That really slowed them down. They had to get the revives. And then from there, you know, you had Mexicano in the tower looking for picks. But Flashbangers, they held solid. They didn't give themselves up. They hid in their spots, and taking advantage of that, they forced Latin Force into the open. Latin Force had to push the objective, and in the end, that's what Flashbangers needed to come out on top, and now we find them with a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, and, you know, we kind of backtrack here for a second, talking about adapting and understanding your enemy and, you know, changing up your playstyle to fit it. You think either one of these teams are going to play a little bit differently based off of this round, or you think they're going to need more time?
It's going to be a hard one to assess, to be honest. We'll have to see what they do. Given this objective, it's very open to aggression. They can push up the center very, very quickly. We'll have to see if Flashbangers capitalize on this as we go back into the next round.
And looking at the spawn, once again, a very aggressive one. You can get sight lines onto the objective extremely quick and potentially shut down a lot of movements from the defense.
Here come Flashbangers. They do seem to be going for that center control as well, sending 2 in that direction. Bub and Griftoff, but this is contested.
Ooh. Wow, Ivan's managing to pick up Bub, who was ready for Ivan's to push out there. Unfortunately, just couldn't get the shots onto them. El Mexicano and Chileno absolutely ready for the push out from apartments now.
Definitely. if you're Marsok, you spawn somewhat in the apartment region anyway. That's what we're seeing Latin Force adjust to. Ivan's having a great rotation getting that pick. But now Flashbangers, it's now their turn to pincer around the objective.
It's going to be all up to Siri, who's made their way far out in the north here. That's going to be key late round, I believe, if they don't get picked up by 3-story.
Yeah, Surrey does seem to be sneaking their way in. They're going to have to try and get control of 3-story somehow. That would be very powerful, but if we look at the center here...
Oh, what a shot. 3-story going down to Darren, who's now getting immediately suppressed, trying to get refragged. Doesn't quite come out, though. Darren does have to syringe, but survives to fight another day.
Now we are down. Oh, we've got another kill there. A headshot from Chiliano, but Tenant also downs him. We're down to a 3.5 for Latin Force and 3 for Flashbangers.
There goes Darren, who was stuck on that rock, unfortunately not able to get out of it, into a 2v3.5. Oh, Griff takes shots. Not sure what they were shooting at, but it gives away their approach. Mexicano now tucking, but I think their knee is going to get caught. Yes, Griff managing to find the shots.
Absolutely amazing. We're down to a 2v2 situation here. One thing to note is Saray has flanked round the 3-story as well. A very close nade placement. Saray has managed to come around the back of 3-story. They're going to have to watch out for Ivans in the double stack behind them. But they could move on to objective if Ivans isn't paying attention. And Ivans is looking the other way.
Absolutely. I don't think they were expecting, or they are expecting, a Flashbangers member to have gotten this far. Ivans definitely thought they had the approach covered on this flank.
Griffdog is also in a powerful position. If he had just run for the objective from where they were, they could have capped. There is no one watching the cap right now from the Latin Force side. But luckily for them, Flashbangers aren't going for the cap. They hear place in the 3-story. They're trying to find the pick.
Absolutely. And I think Siri has a pretty good idea on their options here. They've made it behind the defense. You've got place 5 running around. They don't really know about Chili's position, but I think they are going to come out on top, as Chili's not ready for a flank, but Siri finding place 5 is going to give away this flank. Chili isn't really reacting to it, though. Ivans, you see, making a beeline back.
Yeah, this is a huge pick. Having 3-story control for this objective means you've got complete overwatch of it. If Saray can continue to hold this, they may be able to wipe out a lot of the defenders. Ivan's going to have to do something about this. You see him crashing back as well with Chiliano. They're going to have to hold this down as Griffdog also moves in.
Absolutely. Griffdog is going to be key here. He's going to have to make momentum right now, really, to back up Siri, because what's going to happen is Siri's going to go down in this fight, and Griffdog's going to be nowhere near to really do anything about it.
Suri's definitely got the right play in mind. They've got the overwatch. They have eyes on objective. Griff is just going to need to link up with them and get this push to be coordinated.
Yeah, honestly, all eyes are on Siri. This is a cap.
It's a very, very tense moment. They have the time, technically speaking, for a cap.
Yeah, huge potential here. Siri making all the noise, grabbing all the attention. If they were aware of this, yeah, it's a free push, but instead they're looking for Chili.
If you pay attention to Griffdog, he is sneaking past this defense right now. They're moving to the cap. Is Ivans going to be ready for this?
Oh my
Ivan seems to be
goodness.
rotating too.
Oh, but he's doing it out in the open, not behind. Oh, but Ivan stops. Oh my goodness. He doesn't check.
Oh my goodness. He's not checking, but that's a flashbang. Is he flashed?
Oh no! The fumble of the cap into the 1v1 Siri versus Ivans.
Oh, but this is not over yet. Saray knows Ivans in this region, and
Oh!
flashbangers. They take it.
What? Oh my goodness. Flashbangers 2-0 against Latin Force. Almost a cap against the undefeated team so far. Wow. Just wow, Phantom. I don't know what to say.
Was an extreme round. Very, very interesting indeed. To start with, it looked like Flashbangers, they were going for the same approach as what Latin Force did. They went through the center and they sent a few people around the north side to 3-story. And what was really powerful in this round was Saray. When they went into 3-story, thanks to their teammate who got the pick, that allowed them to get Overwatch of the objective. And that really tunnel visioned Latin Force onto objective. And they did have a slip of the objective. Ivans was watching it, but the Onward timing was incredible. You know, as he moved in, he had a small peek, but he didn't look wide enough. And there we had a person tablet out, but at that moment, the last second, he peeked and he found that kill. We found ourselves in a 1v1, and just like that, you know, we ended up with Flashbangers 2-0 up. Literally very little to split these teams apart. I couldn't tell you which team is playing better right now, even though Flashbangers have got the points.
Yeah, and that's one thing that score lines can really fail to show. I mean, you can have what looks like a 4-0 sweep, but still be so close, and that's kind of what we're getting here.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting one, Sky. The objective is in the south compound, and Latin Force, they've got the quick spawn.
Absolutely. We're going to see some very early round chaos here. Latin Force, being an aggressive team, they are going to utilize this.
Yeah, Latin Force moving up quickly. They deployed the smoke. That's going to give away their location. Out goes the utility. Flashbangs.
Oh.
Chaos.
Oh my goodness. Ending with a kill. Ivan's onto Buff here with the AK-5C, but a grenade in return. Gonna find Ivan's. Only a down.
That revive should come out unless they are able to shoot him across the balcony. Ooh. We've got Place, who's gone on a nice move onto the west side. He might catch. Is he going to catch Darren here, or does Darren know? This is an interesting situation. Darren's moving quietly. He's heard Place.
Absolutely. Darren's utilizing this information asymmetry, as you might say. Darren knowing where Place 5 is. Place 5 not knowing where Darren is.
Ivans is also danger close as well to both Darren and also Saray. If he's not careful, he's going to get shot in the side here, but he does seem to have avoided Darren for now. We've got a pincer of the objective is what we're witnessing. Ivans has got lines, Mexicano has from the silos, Rush-X is at the back, and then we've got Place all the way in the west tower. They really do have outside control. It's just, is Darren going to surprise him?
Absolutely. My concern here is while Latin Force has the outside control, Place 5 is a bit disjointed. If Latin Force ends up trading a bunch here on the doorways, Place 5 is going to be not in a great place.
That's a very good point. Place 5 needs to find long distance picks or rotate closer to his team. Darren finds himself out of the action for now. Looks like he's going to be able to... Oh, as I say that, Rush-X moves in. Darren has a sniper class, it seems. Now
here comes Place 5. And Ivan's to pinch, but Darren manages to find Ivan. Siri finds one as well onto Mexicano. Place 5 now looking for Darren, but Rush-X is the one to clean him up.
Wow,
Woo!
We're down to a 2 versus 2, and the revive coming out. Now we're down to a 3 versus 2. Flashbangers have the objective locked down on the inside, but they have fully given up the outside at this point. No defender remains on the outside. This gives Rush-X and Place some time to breathe. 3 minutes 20 on the clock. They can go around, gather utility from their teammates, and just assess what's happening right now after all this chaos.
Absolutely. 3 minutes is plenty of time. Even though it's a large map, we're in only a small part of it. And it's really going to come down to whether or not Rush X and Place 5 communicate and talk, whether or not they communicate and coordinate with each other in this final approach.
Oh, have a look at Rush X. Rush X has got a line onto Tenet, and Tenet has got a line onto Rush X through the doorway.
One down.
Gonna come down to Tenet winning that out in between the stairway railings. Unfortunate for Latin Force. And again, Place 5 now alone here. 2.5 minutes coming in from the south, making lots of noise. Gonna peek the doorway, bait some shots. Gets a flashbang out, but goes down on the breach. Unfortunate for Latin Force. Flashbangers doing work here.
Yeah, this round, they held this solid. They held the objective down pretty solid. They lost control of the outside. Yes, Draven kind of got pincered by a lot of Latin Force players, but he did take one out when he was on the outside. But once Flashbangers retreated into the safety of the objective, they held that solid. They did not let anyone inside, and that was the play that worked for them. Even though Latin Force got the quick spawn, you know, Flashbangers, they were able to shut it down.
Whew. Man, and what an upset, honestly, for Latin Force. You gotta wonder what's going through their heads. I mean, they come into this map feeling strong, feeling powerful. They're 2-0, and oh my goodness, all of a sudden they're like punching a brick wall. Flashbangers not giving them anything, really.
Yeah, absolutely. But Latin Force, we mustn't forget, they're a veteran team. They've been around since season 11, if I'm not wrong. And these sorts of teams, they know how to play under pressure. And even if they are struggling, I'm sure they have the mindset to try and bounce back at all times. They're now going to be on the same objective. They're going to have to defend the vault ground. But if they can keep their mindset together, this is still anyone's game. They can definitely bounce back.
I don't know. I think coming in with as much high as they might have been and being shut down like this, that's a tough place to be mentally. We'll have to see how much it affects this round, as Flashbangers could take the map here.
Definitely. Let's see how Latin Force, they try to deal with this potential quick spawn. There is no one here, but the utility comes out nonetheless. You've got Mexicano and the rest trying to find the quick spawn. No one home though.
Oh my goodness, look at Ivans.
Now this is a very powerful rotation. He made it there without getting caught. The issue is...
Woo! Barely caught up to Mexicano there in the east. Unfortunately, does not go his way.
Yeah, as I was about to say, in the east, you've got double flashbanger players there. You've got Bub 14 and Tenet moving up carefully, but it is mostly locked down. But Ivan's here, he has a great line onto objective. He can go hunting here. It's a bit risky to give up this advantageous position, but it's very, very unexpected too. So this may pay off. But when he turns around, or when he looks at that west beach, he's got some fantastic lines, and it's going to be real trouble to root him out of this spot.
Absolutely. I'd like to see Ivans just focus on the back door here like he is now. I think that's his best bet this early in the round. Place 5 manages to find secrecy, or Siri, way out on that beach.
We've got a nice double setup here. Place is watching towards the west, while Ivans is watching towards the objective. They're protecting each other. In the meantime, Darren Clark is on the move, looking for some long-range shots.
Absolutely. Kind of tuning into the sniper here. Heard him giving a few call-outs, trying to give his team as much intelligence as he can. 4 minutes on the clock. He's got plenty of time to maybe poke out some more before moving up. You gotta be careful as a sniper, though, because especially with the new movement system, it can be very hard to catch up to your team in the later half of the round.
Absolutely, there's a lot of action taking place in the east. As we say that, Tenant goes down in the central east region himself. And now Bub is on the move, but Place is also flanking to that eastern silo position to the left side of Bub. Bub's gonna have to be careful here.
Absolutely. I don't think Bub's going to be prepared for a flank like this. Somebody way out in the silos. They're so focused towards objective. Ooh, and the trade comes out. Going Bub's way, unfortunately, as I kind of mentioned, the sniper way too far out to actually get a revive or assist. 3 minutes on the clock. As a sniper, you do not want to be the last one up.
Yeah, we just saw the dreaded tablet check from Darren, realizing he's the last one with a potential revivable teammate. Now, there is time on the clock, but that is a awfully long rotation to make. That's going to cost a lot of time. Place is still in the eastern area. He might get that confirm. So he's going to have to move here. And Ivans is going to be trouble for him. Ivans is in that double stack container. And there is no easy way to pass him.
Well, I will say, I think the easy way is where Darren is going. He's going to go goat path, maybe go for the revive. But with that heavy rifle, by the time he gets there, there's going to be so little time, they're going to have to run out in the open. And here comes Place slowly approaching, maybe going for that confirm, like you mentioned.
Yeah, the terrain is just keeping Bub alive right now. It's forcing Place to get closer and closer. But this might play out. If that confirm does come out, I wonder if Bub can give the call out to his teammate just before he dies that there is a defender here.
Or Place 5 and Clark right here are going to pop out at the same time, and unfortunately Clark with the semi-auto is going to be at a disadvantage as we come down to the 90-second mark. Place 5 has halted out the rock.
Interesting from Darren though, he's sniping and he's holding a long line into the east. If Place is not careful, he might just walk into this trap.
With counting down on to the 60-second mark, Clark doesn't really have time. And as I say that, he's going to push up and make a bit more of a rush.
He walks into Ivans' line. Ivans is shooting from that two-story stack. Darren is now trying to engage him. I think that's going to get Place to move up potentially as well.
Yeah, 60 seconds. Ivans has just ran out. Like, he realizes, okay, I've shot. They know I'm here. They're going to have to find a way to deal with me. I'm just going to leave. Forget it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They know it's Echo 1 as well. Their callouts are accurate. So Ivans is now on some sort of a flank.
There it is, the final kill. Latin Force putting a point on the board. You know, maybe you're right. Maybe they can play under pressure.
Absolutely. We'll have to see what happens, but Latin Force putting that point on the board, I'm sure it's a bit of mental relief, right? They know we can do this, you know, we can beat Flashbangers. We just need to get into our groove, and that's what I'm feeling here. So I wonder if we're going to see the tides change, or are Flashbangers going to hold up their advantage, which they've gained?
And you know, as we mentioned in the previous round, we're going to these Shaq's objective, and you know, it's very attack oriented. So we saw the attack almost win in our last map for the first time in that map. So you know what? I might be rooting for Latin Force here.
Again, it's a very, very interesting one. As I mentioned for the last game, Flashbangers, they're on defense this time, and this is very, very difficult to defend when you're placed at a terrain disadvantage. So I'm expecting Flashbangers to try and push out, maybe take control of the center warehouse, take control of the free story, maybe go south. That's the only way. You have to try and contest the map, because an experienced team like Latin Force, we saw how they surround the objective. They're just going to do it again.
Absolutely. Latin Force, very much aggressive, but coordinated. Sorry about that. Very, very much aggressive yet coordinated. They're going to try and get those picks early on, and then they're going to try and surround, like you said. So we're going to see how well that works out, especially with this particular spawn. It doesn't give them a lot of options for early lines, if any at all. However, it does give them a lot of opportunity to move and get their own positions.
Very interesting setup taking place. We've got Darren Clark. He remains in the north side, actually in the same position he was for Marsok, just chilling, looking for some picks on the south side. Flashbangers haven't spread out an awful lot. They've decided to stay close to the objective. We've got 3 stacking there, but one of them is moving fast to the east, and he might find himself in some action shortly.
Tenant picking up a nice little tucked in spot on this cliffside. That's going to be really tough to dig out. I think that's going to come down to whether or not Latin Force push 2 down the center and get a refrag or not.
Absolutely. Bob just ID'd Mexicano crossing into the south. They know they didn't spawn south now. They know they're crossing into the south. So that's an important piece of knowledge. And look at all these lasers trailing in the middle of the map. We've got a triangle of death.
Everybody looking for everybody.
We're at a standstill.
Absolutely. Flashbangers doing their due diligence to not overpeak, and Latin Force doing their due diligence to try and catch an overpeak.
Flashbangers, they're aware that this is an advantageous situation. They have 3 points. They only need 1 more. No need for any unnecessary risk. And that's what we're seeing here from this team. They're playing conservative and saying, you know what, Latin Force, you throw what you've got at us.
And, you know, I would say that this might play in Latin Force's favor because it gives them a lot of room to move around and get in positions. However, while they're condensed, Flashbangers do have a lot of outward-facing lines. So it is still dangerous for Latin Force to make too much movement.
Absolutely. We have to keep our eyes on Mexicano, who's moved to that west tower. He's going to have eyes on Tenant shortly. If he looks into the correct location, this is the issue of Tenant's position.
Yeah, I got him.
Bub finally catching one. Ivans on a cross there, now getting immediately suppressed.
Absolutely, and Tenant's position is still unknown. He's staying very, very quiet here. Even though that kill came out, he hasn't moved. But as I say that, he's now going for the peak. Mexicano, let's see if he's able to get a line.
More suppression coming out, not finding any hits though. Tenant, like you said, is getting a little antsy. He hears all these shots and he's getting bloodthirsty. Will that pay off?
It's very hard to tell which way this is going to go. It's going to come down to Onward timing. One correct peek from Mexicano and Tenant's life is gone as well. There's a lot at stake here. We'll have to see what the play is. We've got multiple Latin Force players now on that south side now. It's not just Mexicano. We've got another one on this slightly east. And there comes the smokes onto objective. The eastern side is moving in.
Ooh, Rushax managing to pick up Griff Dog. That's gonna weaken that on-objective defense just a little bit.
Wow,
oh,
look
no
at those
way.
smokes.
Tenant just barely missing place 5 and allowing Chileno to get by, but he's going to rush in for the flank. This might pay off.
It's going to come down to Onward timing. We have to keep our attention split. The West is moving into the objective as well. There's the kill onto Chileno. Chileno's gone down. It can place well with this information.
But here comes Mexicano rushing in, and the Throne C4 gonna shut that down.
That was crucial. They had to shut down that cap, and what a beautiful way to do it in style.
Place 5 right next to the sniper. Are they aware? Oh, finds Tenant. Rushax finds Siri, gets flanked, and place 5 goes down to the sniper. Now down to just Rush X.
We're down to a 1v2. Rush X, he's carrying Latin Force on his back here. Let's see if he can do anything. We're down to a 2v1. And
One and
one
a
of those
half,
defenders is down.
or
Yes,
2.5
right.
v1, and 60 seconds on the clock. RushX is close enough, but he's in danger.
Or speaking of that sniper, he has got RushX dialed, and it's going to be very tough to get out of this.
Oh my goodness, what a gunfight here. Oh, and he finds it! What?
An incredible shot there. RushX being punished for peeking the sniper.
Oh my goodness. Flashbangers taking the map from Latin Force. What an upset here. Phantom, how does this affect the standings? And I mean, what does this mean for the rest of the tourney?
Yes, it's a very interesting situation. I mean, as we know, Latin Force, they were undefeated to this point. So this is now going to shake up the standings. I'm very, very curious to see what effect this has on Latin Force, but also Flashbangers. Is this the necessary life they need to continue in the tournament? So it's definitely very exciting, and a dominant performance from Flashbangers, though rounds were close.
So close. I mean, it says 1-4, but man, those came down to so many 1v1s, and like just the unluckiest, depending on what team you are, of Onward timings. This match could have gone truly either way with some slight differences.
Absolutely, 100%.
Well, enough about that map. Maybe, just maybe, we can go catch another map. So stay tuned, wait for us, go check out the other stream. Hopefully we'll be back to you soon. Catch y'all in the next one. welcome back here. We are in the action. Shadow Kings versus Cobra on Egress. Currently a 2-2, 5-man up. We're about a minute in the round. We've got, looks like the warehouse or garage, depending on who you are, objective, and Phantom. Do you have anything to say about these teams that we're just hopping into?
It's a very interesting one. It looks like they're very close to each other at the moment. We've got Shadow Kings, who are a gold ranked team, Cobra, who are a silver ranked team, and not a huge amount to separate these teams. Both are going to give it their all. This objective is a very interesting one in itself as well. I'm looking at this Cobra setup at the moment, and we've got one aggressive player who immediately finds one with a headshot, but we'll have to see if Doctori can notice what's happening behind him.
Absolutely. Just managed to slip into that kill there. Sivka finding Sharkfish with a C4 down, and then a confirm. Now Major and Undo battle it off here.
Out goes a nade. Too far though. Smoke placement allows Doctori to rotate out if he'd like to.
Ooh, found the falling body of Clipsider. Oddball managing to catch that, what appeared to be a flank.
Yeah, we're down to a 3 versus 4 situation. The defense have one extra member, and they're holding solid. They've got objective locked down. Doctori needs to find himself a pick here if possible. Oh, Undo is starting to move up. Doctori might have heard that. As you can see, they're dialed in onto that wall. Seabacker is holding the back of the gas station, looking for any attackers coming in from this venue. But we've got our attention split as Doctori here is looking for any aggression, but I'm not sure if it's going to come out.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. Might come down to a trade on the shoulders. And there it is, the trade. But Undo still alive here. Gonna technically come out on top. And now we are in the 2v3.5.
Absolutely, they're going for the revive here. Maybe not. Is going to get the revive on Undo, which brings the situation to a 4v2. So that was an advantageous trade. Now the rest of the attack, they're moving slowly through this underground section of the not the hospital, but the center building. Seabacker is going to be the first knowledge of any signs of life.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough to get this cross through Sabaka. Easily able to watch the cross and catch anybody in the back here if they choose to peek out this door. What a wonderful angle to have.
Seabacker is definitely opting to focus on that eastern side approach. But these two final attackers, they're coming from the center street, and as soon as any shots are fired, Seabacker is going to turn around, and they could find themselves a double.
I really like the movement from Calmech and Oddbot, though. It's very precise, it's very coordinated, they're together. It's just unfortunate that they've got one behind and aren't aware of it.
Definitely, they're moving out carefully, they're moving up methodically together. It's just a very, very interesting situation if Seabacker gets a line through that doorway, or if that player, Calmech, walks in. This could be a free kill.
There's one. Does Oddball go for the refrag?
Oddball needs to figure out if they're in or outside the gas station.
Oh my goodness. What is this?
Oh, the onward timing, Seabacker turns her back.
Down to just Oddball versus 3 members of Cobra.
Yeah, 2 are very solid on the objective. We've got Undo, he's coming on a center street flank. He's got this center street cross now. So if Oddball tries to cross, they won't be able to, by the looks of things. Maybe not as the next line of defense.
Woo! Undo manages to catch Oddball out from the side. Cobra, playing very pushed out positions, ends up paying off.
Yep, Cobra now have a 3-2 lead, and they find themselves on the attack for the exact same objective.
Oh man, looking at the KDs in the lobby, it seems pretty even, which is reflected in our scoreline here. Honestly, I'd say this is still anybody's game.
Definitely all to play for with Shadow Kings on defense if they can take their Volk round. Shoutouts to Sharkfish02 with 7 kills on his team on Shadow Kings, and also to Sibaka with 6 kills on Cobra.
Man, I'm still a little in shock just from all the close rounds we've seen so far. I mean, I'm just going through them in my head, and it's just, it's really crazy to think about how different this whole tournament could be, honestly, with just some slight variations and a little bit differences in choices.
Yeah, definitely. And we're seeing how important the shenanigans are, right? The small moments, who peaks when, the onward timing, that's making the difference on who's finding what pick at what time. And that can have such a big impact on the round as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, all it takes is for you to turn for 1 second to a different direction to miss a key player making a cross, and that player ends up catching 3 on objective or capping, you know?
Definitely. Now we're back in the action. We've got Cobra going for an aggressive attack here with 4 players running straight down towards the gas station. I wonder if this is going to be a quick play.
It looks like it. All the lines go up to those stairwells, or to that stairwell. They were definitely prepared for an early peak, but nobody was there. Shadow Kings opting not to place a quick line there. They're playing a little bit further back. Sharkfish still kind of watching the approach, but definitely from further back. You see a C4 get thrown onto the wall over there. Might come into play later.
This could backfire for Shadow Kings. They've got Wade Watts and Doctore in faraway positions as this attack starts to move in. We've only got 2 to 3 defenders in the objective region. There is a potential risk of a cap here if this defense doesn't adjust to the situation at hand.
Absolutely. Cobra being a menace over here. Really danger close, as you said. They're already here. They can hear the objective, and in a few steps could even look at it. Here goes Sibaka making the entry, breaching through the garage, as maybe not finds one on the outside. Oddball going down, up to really just Calmech to defend this.
Yeah, the other defenders aren't crashing right now. They're in the objective building, maybe not as at the front. If they trade out with Calmech, that's now the cap.
Oh,
But no,
Calmech finds
shuts that
one.
down.
Clipsider finds one, but Sibeka's here. Sharkfish finds 2 with the C4, but we can't look away from Sibaka here, who's close enough to cap.
Are they going to catch Calmech behind this wheel?
I don't think so. No, they weren't down far enough. Honestly, if Sibaka had stayed back, that was a cap, but instead walks into the line of Calmech.
I think a bit of hesitancy. If Cobra had just gone for it and just stacked their 5-man down that staircase, it could have been a cap. But it's still not over yet. Even though they're at a disadvantage, they can still just about get onto this objective. But as I say that, Sharkfish finds
there
the
it
line.
is. How many round 7s are we gonna go to in this tournament? My goodness, this is some of the closest Onward I've seen in a long time. The back and forth, and then Sharkfish coming in with 10 kills. Wow.
Both these teams, and almost every team we've watched today, really fighting tooth and nail. They definitely want to be the ones to get through, and no one's going to give an easy, you know, we've got no easy wins tonight. No one's going to find themselves an easy cap. Everything's to play for, and that's why I love the Challenger Cup. All these teams dying to get into the round robins. And now, you know, we're down to a 3-3, round 7. We've got Cobra on defense, and let's see if that Volk advantage is enough to carry them through.
You know, we haven't talked about this map much. Egress being one of the newest, if not the newest map in the DPI pool as far as like official maps. I mean, how do you feel this map compares to, say, the more OG maps? Do you like it more? Do you like it less? And how come?
It's a very interesting one. It's definitely got an element that a lot of other maps lack in some sense. It's an urban styled map, but it's also very long range at the same time. It can be long range, and teams may not have as much experience they do compared to the rest of the maps. For example, a map like Downfall or Cargo, that's been around for a long time. But Egress is new, and if a team hasn't practiced it as much as they would have hoped to, that could be the defining factor for one of the teams to come out on top.
Oh, you got it.
Absolutely, and we're hopping into round number 7, the final round for this map. All up to Shadow Kings to take the objective, or Cobra to prevent it from being taken. Major Cat Doctor spearheading this attack.
Yeah, they have a construction side spawn in the south. And let's see how they capitalize on this. They opt to rotate round to that west side, and maybe they'll rotate round to the front of the objective. Maybe that's their approach. We'll have to stay tuned to find out, as now the whole team moves in that direction.
You know, and Cobra honestly seems really well prepared for this possibility. I mean, look at how many players they've dedicated to the front of this hotel. More than you would usually see. So I gotta wonder if they kind of knew that this was what Shadow Kings was gonna do.
I mean, it's always a possibility. If these teams really want to win, they could have done some intel gathering on each other. We'll have to see what goes out. Look at these placements. We've got the flashlight blocking that doorway. If they anticipate a breach, it's going to be very difficult to get in through that second doorway. Seabacker there holding the objective down. And we've got people in this room as well. A great hold. We need to remember that this office area here, that's penetrable. So if they do see Seabacker here and just rain bullets down to the region, that's going to be a kill. And like, look at this line there, holding the tripwire to the staircase. We've got Undo here, holding the other entrance. They have got this compound locked down from all approaches. We're going to have to see how Shadow Kings and try and find a hole in this and make any advantage. Or as I say that, I wonder if they've spotted Seabacker's head.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for Shadow Kings to make this approach unless Cobra gets a little too peaky. Because if they take down Sabaka, it's going to force other defenders out of their spots if they want to make those same peaks. So I think it's really going to come down to how disciplined Sabaka stays. And another thing I noted is Undo with the Molotov here. Late round, that could shut down one of these entrances for a full, I think it's like 30 to 45 seconds, which could be so powerful late round if he utilizes it properly.
Maybe that's the defensive plan that they've got in mind. Having a look at the mini-map, we've got a line of blue. They're staging directly in front of the objective, all pincering together. This is going to be very, very interesting. Looks like they'll pincer from both sides of the front. And we'll have to see what they do. Seabacker's there, holding the line. I think we're going to see engagement here shortly.
Sabaka's really trained on these stairs, so I think that's the smart move. Not looking out the front doors, just focusing on those stairs. Also has a C4 somewhere. I think they actually just disabled. Yes, right there on the pillar. Was disabled. They tried to frag it. I don't know if you noticed that, but they tried to get a frag outside, and it looked like to hit the C4 potentially.
Very possible. Woo. There goes down. Doctore's gone down. We're down to a 4v5. They very much are pincering in from the front of this objective, but Seabacker and Red Tie are here. They're ready for this. Look at that.
Oh my gosh, the grenade! Another nade. Smoke going in. Gonna cover the defense, 4 of them now rushing in through the front. Red Tie finding one on the entryway. And now maybe not with the 3 coming in from the side.
Oh my goodness.
What? What?
Absolutely incredible that. Wow.
Cobra, man. See, and that's got to be at least the second time that I can recall in this tournament where a last-minute flank like that has just absolutely wrecked the attack. I'm failing to remember exactly who or when it was the last time that we saw that. But
yeah,
man,
there's so many. What a flank, right? I mean, they did the right thing. They ID'd that this defense, this attack is coming in from the front. And they're all coming in from the front door. So they took advantage of that. And they decided to come out the side and they caught all of the attack entering through the door. You know, they were almost breaching. They had smokes placed. They were about to go through that door. And they were almost in. But that last second flank was all it took to catch all of them in the side at once. Giving a beautiful 3K.
wow. I mean, the Challenger Cup does not disappoint this season, man. Does not disappoint.
Absolutely, so much going on.
I'm eager to get into the next one. You know what? We're moving on. We need to catch some more action. We'll see y'all in the next map. Welcome back, everybody, to the stream. NA Challenger Cup of Season 16. Once again, joined by Phantom Operator. Oh, how are you feeling after all of this, Operator?
I'm absolutely loving it, to be honest. We've been in so many games, and every single game has been top class and really, really close. There's been no escaping those 3-3 scorelines going up to round 7. And, you know, whatever team wins, you feel bad for the team that loses because there's so little separating a lot of these teams. It really is really close. You know, we saw in that last map on Egress, that one flank picking up 3 players completely flipped the situation on its side, and I'm just looking forward to see more play like that.
Absolutely, 100%. And speaking of plays, we are about to hop into the plays of our final map, Downfall. Man, we get all these big maps today. We got a little bit of close range action at the beginning, but ever since we've been just hitting the range out here. But you know, Downfall being one of the OG maps, a lot of people know it, a lot of people hate it, a lot of people love it. Phantom, how do you personally feel about this map?
Downfall is very interesting. You know, in my opinion, or some could say it's the pinnacle of strategy, right? There's so much going on, so many early lines, so many different spawns, and it really is the pinnacle of coordination and strategy. The team that has got that nailed best is going to be able to defend or attack best. And there isn't much room for error, right? If you're crossing in the open and if you've got your timings wrong, you're going to get shot. It's very hard to avoid that. So it's really a different aspect of Onward itself. You know, a map like Cargo's all sharpshooting, right? Even though there is strategy, but it's very fast-paced action. But here, it's all about the communication, telling your teammates where the enemy is, and making sure you have good time management. That's also a really important factor.
Absolutely. And to kind of spin off on what you're saying, I can't think of any other map that relies on so many factors being perfect. I mean, you need map knowledge for the terrain. You need the teamwork for suppression and distraction to make those crosses. You need the good shots to hit, or the good accuracy to hit your shots when you need to hit them across the map. And you need to really understand how to pace yourself to get from one side of the map to the other in a timely fashion without overextending or over pushing and then being rushed or, you know, trying to get somewhere too early. And then on top of that, to have an understanding of the early line so you can trap the other team. I mean, there's just so many things that you need to be good at on Downfall to really come out on top. Oh, and on top of that, patience. I mean, this map punishes impatience so much compared to other maps that, I mean, again, to pick this map is what a power move, honestly, to say, yeah, we pick Downfall. We choose to bring you to this map with all of these complications and factors because we think we can beat you on it.
It's definitely a statement here, and I've been having a look at both of these teams' stats just to see who likes Downfall, and currently I'm on Classified, and having a look at Classified, they've played Downfall in Season 16 a total of 4 times, and they have won every single time, 100% map win rate, which is fantastic to see. On the other side, we're looking at Wrecking Crew. They have played Downfall a total of 5 times, but have unfortunately only won once with a 20% win rate. So I don't want to speak too soon, but looking at these statistics, this does definitely look like a map Classified would love to play on. But looking at how close this Challenger Cup has been so far, anything is possible if they set their minds to it and they know their knowledge about the map.
And to quickly touch on how important this match is, Classified currently being undefeated, I mean, this is their moment. If they take this, they're done. Or not done, but they're moving on. They go to round robin. They will move on to the next stage leading to the round robins. Not quite there yet. But if they lose, looking at the standings, they will shake up everything. There are so many teams that are right behind them just waiting to slide around that honestly anything can happen.
Absolutely. Yeah, you were having a look at the standings, and there are teams like Flashbangers and Proteus who are right up behind Classified. They've only got 1 loss, and if Classified take a loss and either of those teams take a win, I'm not sure what will happen. It will be very, very exciting, and we may have a new number 1. And what an upset that would be for Classified, right, Sky? They've come all the way here undefeated, and just there on the last round, or one of the last rounds, they dropped down into 2nd place. But nonetheless, a terrific performance so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not going to do all the math here, but I'm going to assume that there is a possibility that Classified lose bad enough that they may even be knocked out of second place too, with depending on how well these other teams do. So, I mean, even though they're undefeated to this point, it is still on the line. They need to bring their A game if they hope to advance to the, I guess, Challenger Cup finals is what we could call it.
Definitely. And just to talk to our users about the standings, we have classified in first place, undefeated. In second place, we have Flashbangers, followed by Proteus. And then when we look at the positions of 4, 5, and 6, we have Vindicators, Latin Force, and Cobra. But the big point to mention is, all the teams from position 2 to 6, they've won 2 games and lost 1.
Oh my goodness.
There isn't much separating these teams.
No, not at all. I mean, your first through 7th place could be completely different based on this match alone.
100%. And that's what we're in for right now.
And of course they want to drag this along and make us wait the most possible time. I do believe one of the players is charging a headset for this final map, so we're giving them a little bit of time. But oh my goodness. Looking ahead a little bit here. Obviously minus whoever wins the Challenger Cup total. Looking at some of the round robin teams that are coming up. I mean, we're in for some of the craziest Onward I think we've seen in a long time. I mean, every finals is crazy, but I'm super stoked to see what this postseason has in store for us today, or for us in total.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot going on, and just looking at the round robins, regardless of what team makes it through, we've got a lot of teams in that top bracket. Teams such as Animal House, Mayhem, Wrecked, Raptors. I can't tell you who's going to come out on top. It's very, very close.
Absolutely, but we don't have to ramble much longer as we are hopping into round number 1. It looks like they have opted to go 5v4 as maybe they ran out of time on the timeout, could not bring in their 5th. So in a way, this works against Wrecking Crew for the numbers. However, I mean, on a map like Downfall, if you tuck in, you can easily make up for that numbers disadvantage. But look at how far Draven chooses to rush out, despite having a numbers disadvantage, taking such a risk to get to North Bungalow there. S-Dove managing to pick up 1,000-Year Slumberer, bringing this to a 4v3. Phantom, how are we looking so far?
We're in a very, very interesting situation at the moment. We've got Classified getting the quick spawn for this objective immediately. They've taken advantage of that situation, catching an aggressing Wrecking Crew defender. And now we've got Pounds in the valley who gets taken out by S-Dove. These defenders, they're forced to look behind them now. It's a very tough situation. S-Dove is stuck in this corner, but nonetheless finds his pick. Right now, we've got all of Wrecking Crew looking behind them.
Honestly, it looks like Wrecking Crew is exactly where they wanted to be, other than the -1 they got early on. The rest of the team has gotten to their positions, and they are playing them well. Like I said, they were able to fix that numbers disadvantage pretty quickly into a 3v3 now. And I think the rest of this round is going to be pretty slow, as Classified opt to go way north. And I think their eventual approach is going to be West Road into Center Hotel. And then maybe at the same time, we're going to see Street Villain kind of make their approach from the valley. And that's going to be their pincer move. So it's all going to be down to, can they dig out Ghost? And will S-Dove hit their shots onto Street Villain?
Definitely so, Sky. We've got a pretty meta standard defense set up from Wrecking Crew. One in the hotel building, one in the church, one in the upper dumpster building. And as you said, we've got a pincer coming around on the objective. We've got players approaching from the western side, that northwest side. And they're going to try and move on to hotel. In the meantime, of course, we've got Street Villain holding some long lines, just hoping for anything he can find. But we're going to have to see how these two, Texas and his teammate, are going to deal with Ghost the Killer. And as we see that, a fantastic shot from Ghost the Killer, wasting no time, ducking straight back down, not allowing any opportunity for the refrag, but Texas takes a headshot on him.
There it is. I wonder if the replay will catch that. Yes, it did, just in time.
And that shows how experienced these teams are, right? You know, all it takes is one moment of action or the death of your teammate, and immediately they're dialed in like a hawk to get that refrag. It's just fantastic to see.
Absolutely. And now into the 2v2. You've got Dove looking for Street Villain and Misty waiting for Texas to come in late round. Both of these players dialed in as Dove manages to catch Street Villain. There it is.
Wow, absolutely fantastic. Wrecking Crew have gained an advantage, starting off with a numbers disadvantage. Texas finds his lonesome self, trying to make this approach from the west side. It's not going to be easy, however, for a while, he's got a pretty safe and clear path, because Dove, who's on that church on the west side, he's looking towards the back. So we shouldn't see any action until Texas has taken control of that church. My apologies, Center Hotel.
Absolutely. That's the thing about Downfall and choosing to pick it. You just have to be so careful about the tucked in defense, and you really need to understand what lines you can take and when you can take them. Because if you overextend or miss the shots or choose the wrong line, you're gonna get caught out and you're gonna lose. And that's, like I said, that's what makes choosing Downfall such a gamble. And honestly, as Volk, I'd be happy with this map.
If you have a Volk advantage, you know, you start off as Volk, that's definitely an advantage in a map like Downfall if you play your game right. Now, Texas finds himself in a 2v1 situation here. He's gonna need to find some picks before having any chance of doing anything. Time is not in his favor. He's down to 1 minute on the clock. That's an interesting smoke placement. It's going to block vision on West Road. Maybe that's going to open up the map for him. Maybe he's going to catch an overextending Wrecking Crew defender.
Doesn't look like it. Wrecking Crew have stayed very, very disciplined in this two-man position. We're going into the 30-second mark. I'm gonna hop into this point of
Texas's
view.
focus. He tried to block it with the smoke.
Woo.
But no. Texas gets taken out by the PKM. Misty finding that shot from the window. A good try from Texas, but well done to Wrecking Crew, who managed to come back with that numbers disadvantage.
And you gotta touch on the fact that this has to have an effect on the mental game of Classified. They're undefeated. They're coming in strong. Wrecking Crew, a team who has done nothing but lose. Close, we should say, but they don't know that. All they see is, oh, this team has been losing. We've got this. And we're going to bring them to our map. And then they go in 5v4, and they got to be feeling, oh, we've got this. This is easy. This is us. We're going to walk on them. And then to go into that round and lose it. I mean, again, psychologically, that's going to hit. And I find it hard to believe that that is not going to carry over into these rounds.
We'll have to see how a veteran and seasoned team like Classified can keep up. Classified may be new to the league this season, however, their players are not new in any shape or form. A lot of experienced members.
Absolutely. As we count down to round number 2, let's see how Wrecking Crew opt to attack this from the furthest away spawn. Look at Classified. I mean, they're just bum rushing it out in the open here. Pounds in Texas. Texas almost getting caught, but does make Center Hotel now. Pounds making their push to South Bungalow. This is so powerful. None of Wrecking Crew decided to try and stop this.
We're going to be in some action really fast here.
Finds one.
One center bungalow.
Maybe wounds the other.
I think Pounds is aware there's another one here, but that also caught the attention of Draven. Is Pounds going to go around for the kill? Out goes the flashbang or the nade.
Did wound Draven, just revived himself. Flashbang goes out, not gonna find anybody. Texas looking for the shots, not gonna find him onto Ruby. Oh, they did find him, only a wound, as now Pounds is stuck.
Pounds is doing the right thing here. If he goes around this corner, he's gonna get stuck. But as we say that, an extending member takes out Pounds, and Pounds has been caught on the outside. That's a big pick, because if he was inside and he didn't expose himself at all, that could have been a lot of trouble for Wrecking Crew. They may have struggled to solve that problem. But now, Dove has managed to get into the two-story. Texas is going to have to deal with this player who's now on the bungalow. And Texas is stuck. He's
Yeah,
gonna have to
Texas
watch out
has
for the tower.
so many eyes looking for him. I don't know if he was necessarily... I'm pretty sure he was spotted going into Center Hotel, so this is the logical place to be. So they're definitely aware of this danger. I find it interesting the line Texas is choosing to hold. They must know Draven is there from the earlier engagement, so they're definitely waiting on that peak. Ghost Killer managing to find Street Villain on...
That was a fantastic pick.
Yeah, that was right on objective. That's going to weaken the on-objective defense. However, Classified is still going strong here, looking outwards.
It's not going to be easy to defend because Texas is distracted from multiple different angles. And 1,000 Years Slumbered, he's got eyes onto Ghost Killer, but he's the real main person watching the back of this objective and the front. And we've also got Gator Killer in White House, who's going to be critical as this Wrecking Crew side, they now approach from the valley as well as the western side.
Absolutely, and we can't forget about Dove coming in from the valley. It's gonna come down to whether Gator Killer is looking out that window as he crosses. 3 minutes on the clock.
Absolutely, Gator Killer opting to look on objective, looking more onto objective at the least, which makes sense because of the situation at hand. There isn't much coverage on objective, but as we say that, Texas gets a headshot onto Ghost Killer.
White House.
A very important kill, that.
Oh, Dove and Gator Killer going at it, but Gator Killer pushing out. Really risky to do so, but it ends up paying off. Draven, now the last one up on Wrecking Crew in a 1v3. 2.5 minutes left, coming in from the North Bungalow. What do you see happening here, Phantom?
This is a tough situation. Wrecking Crew seem to have lost their advantage. A good defensive play from Classified. Draven ideally needs to find himself some picks. Downfall is a map all about rotation, as long as you have the time to rotate. As I say that, Draven takes shots onto White House. They know where Gator Killer is, but the problem is all the remaining defenders now know where Draven is. And we might see members like Texas and 1,000 Years Slumbered looking towards that bungalow. You can see those lasers slowly coming in. It's not going to be easy, and I don't think time is on Draven's side here.
Absolutely not. You can see the defense just barely poking their head over, looking for the pick. Gator Killer now rotating back to White House. Draven really needs to start making moves here. 90 seconds on the clock. Yeah, he can technically see objective, but he is so far away and has so much open ground to go through. I mean, you see Texas with just the perfect vantage point to catch him coming out of this door. I think he's really just delaying the inevitable.
Yep. It's going to come down to Onward timing. If he can catch a moment where the defense is distracted and somehow gets out, maybe that's his grasp for life. But at the moment, you've got Gator Killer in the valley, and Texas saw that smoke throw as well. He's also got eyes on the center region, as we see. It's going to be very tough to exit that door.
There it is, and Texas takes him down on the exit. Go ahead and grab that replay. Now 1-1. Classified taking it. If they keep trading Volk rounds, it's gonna go to Wrecking Crew. Classified really need to have a strong Marsoc here if they want to gain the ground.
Absolutely, that's an important point. As we said, this is a very Volk-sided map, and on this current path, Wrecking Crew will win. It's very early, it's only 1-1. We'll have to see what Classified put on their offensive round. But as we saw there, Classified really did come alive. They lost pounds on that bungalow, but no problem. They fixed the situation, had good defensive rotations, and they really locked in that last attacker, right? He got stuck inside the bungalow. They were watching the doorway, and as you said, he was delaying the inevitable. There wasn't really a path of escape.
I think his only chance really was that smoke that he threw really far away for some reason. Either he forgot Texas was up there, or maybe just didn't expect him to be watching that way. But I mean, that was obviously the first danger to me, and I think he should have realized that Texas was up there just waiting.
Yeah, as we mentioned, Downfall is the pinnacle of strategy. There's a lot going on, and it's almost like a jigsaw puzzle, right? You've got to remember where every part goes, and there are defenders all over the map. You need to know their positions, and then anticipate what lines they might be holding onto you. It's a lot to remember in the moment of pressure.
Absolutely. Downfall really a testament to your overall play in pretty much all departments.
Well, back in the action we do go, and we've got that helicopter bungalow objective with Classified getting that eastern side spawn.
Absolutely. I'm trying to see what early lines Classified choose to take. Not many. It seems like the defense actually grabbed the earlier lines versus them. And it's going to be really tough for them to keep this defense from getting where they want to go.
Classified had a great early line towards the north brothel, but unfortunately for them, the Wrecking Crew side, they spawned behind the south brothel, so they weren't able to capitalize on that spawn peak. But now we see lots of lasers going across the map. Look at that nade placement. It lands inside. Woo! Absolutely amazing. Taking out Draven. That's a huge pick. He could have caused a lot of trouble from that position.
Absolutely. While he can still give a lot of callouts, there is no chance of a revive coming out over there.
And that's the thing with Downfall. Once you're ID'd and once you're down, that is very much it a lot of the times.
But that could work in really Wrecking Crew's favor, because the only way to confirm Draven is crossing out in the open at this point, unless you get another great nade in there. So anybody getting bloodthirsty enough to go for that confirm could get punished for that. And Draven is free to give callouts.
That's a fantastic point as well. Draven can just stand up in his room in real life and just look across the map and call out everything he sees.
Absolutely. At least for the next couple minutes, which, I mean, for Downfall, it isn't a lot. However, it just so happens to be where most of the team is, so it's actually pretty powerful. And as we're talking, Gator Killer manages to find Ghost.
That was an important pick. They've now cleared the center hotel. They've taken control of the sandbags, but look at that SKS headshot from Ruby onto Gator Killer. That was an important pick. They now regain control of the center with that long distance shot. But we're still in a 3v3, or should I say 3.5 for Wrecking Crew.
Yeah, unfortunately, Classified just losing their central push. That now puts them at a bit of a disjointed position. 2 in the north, 1 in the far south. They've got a lot of communication going, which is absolutely key. However, Wrecking Crew has strong coverage on every approach, and I missed another beautiful snipe onto Street Villain out there. Ruby just coming in with the marksman shots.
That was a fantastic second headshot. any of those players on the top floor of that upper red truck, they're not doing well against Ruby. Some amazing shots. They've really shut down this attack. Right now, Classified, they've got to push in from the south side and also from this upper red truck building. And the objective is very, very well covered. And they may have ID'd Texas on that cross. You can see that laser dialed in from Dove.
They absolutely did. The call out comes out. Shots back and forth. Neither one of them. They both wounded each other, but neither goes down.
This is going to be tough for Texas. That route is no longer viable for him. He's going to have to find some picks here. To be honest, the West Road approach is moderately empty.
Oh my goodness. Ruby is a monster. And I gotta wonder if Classified knew about Ruby when they chose this map.
It's a very good question. If they knew Ruby was this successful with a sniper in this range, I wonder if that would have made them question this map pick. We're down to a 1v3 now here. And this is going to be tough for Texas. However, as I say that, I do see a route for Texas. The West Road is somewhat empty. He could move all the way up to that south building because Ruby's in the other side and S-Dove, it's going to come down to Onward timing. He's outside the Heli 2-story. Texas has a chance. If he finds his picks and moves correctly, he's got 1 minute 30 seconds. Maybe he can make this work.
Absolutely. What a rotation this would be. Although I'm not liking the path he's choosing. He's going for the pick route. He's not going for the sneaky approach. He's going to try and get his picks from up here and give away his position with some utility. So he didn't.
There's going to be an engagement here. Texas and S-Dove, they're going to see each other. Who comes out victorious is a huge deal here. And then after that, the next point of contact is the South Brothel. As I say that, shots come out. No connection for either side, but now they know where he is. You can see the defensive adjustment.
Oh my goodness, no way! Oh, man, I looked away to the grenade and then he got headshot. Wow, what a toss. A little over toss, but man, Wrecking Crew showing their colors here on Downfall. I mean, what an upset this could be, Phantom.
You're very right. Wrecking Crew holding solid, and shout out to Ruby there. I'm not sure how many they took. It was either 3 or 4 players, and at least 2 to 3 of those were headshots with the SKS. What a play in that objective bungalow. Clearly an asset for this Wrecking Crew side.
Look at this. Classified dropping 1. I gotta wonder if maybe they're rotating. They are rotating. Hochi coming in. I'm not 100% for who. Oh, it was one of the really long names. I can see it in my head.
Was it the 1,000 Year Slumber?
Yes.
On the other team? That's
Yes.
him. There we go.
That was them. Okay, so interesting choice to bring in Hochi. You gotta wonder what's going through Classified's mind. Maybe the guy didn't feel he was doing well enough, or maybe they felt Hochi will bring something else to the table that they need. So maybe keep an eye on Hochi to see what they bring.
This is really exciting right now, Sky, because Classified, they get the South Brothel spawn, but on the other side, Wrecking Crew, they're at Twins. So theoretically speaking, they could stop Classified from crossing to the objective if they play their cards right. They shouldn't be able to get to the objective without smokes. Oh, but Wrecking Crew not holding those lines. They've let pounds, and Hochi's managing to get to the helicopter from the open.
Wow.
That's the importance of holding the early lines. Hochi just ran straight through the middle of the map and got to the helicopter.
That's why we watch Hochi. See what he brings to the table. And it's a crazy move like that, I think is going to shake up the late round.
In the meantime, we've got a very south-oriented attack coming in. We've got 3 members approaching the south side. We've got Misty also moving in on the center, slightly south. Ruby's sniping again from the Twin Rocks.
Oh, wow. Instant reaction there. 3 members of this map going down pretty quickly.
Yeah, Wrecking Crew dropped 2 there, Classified losing 1, a net positive for Classified, which is great. A very, very interesting defensive setup. Hotchi in the same place at the sandbags. We've got Street Villain within that lower dumpster building as well, supporting his teammate. And we've also got Pounds on the objective with Gator Killer remaining at their spawn point. It's a very, very interesting setup. I would say not awfully common, but nonetheless, these spots should be expected. Other than Gator Killers, I think this is slightly unexpected, being in the open back here.
Yeah, I'm curious on how Gator Killer's gonna go late round. It is a good position to catch any late rotations, but it could be awfully dangerous to be that far off objective, especially when Wrecking Crew is on 2 points. But the defense is doing a great job at picking them off as they make these crosses out in the open, so may not need to worry about it.
Definitely. Classified found the kill there. Look at Hoochie. Hotchi is moving up. He takes the advantage to move there, but...
Oh my goodness! Hochi hitting the sniper at that range, and the trade. What?
Hotchi comes into this map with a point to prove. He says,
yeah.
You're sniping, I'm going to be using my AK-12.
I mean, I'm thinking Classified made the right move.
It's looking... Well, Hotchi seems to have some bold plays, and in that case, it worked in their favor.
You know, and I gotta wonder if those bold plays are working out because Wrecking Crew has adapted to a very specific play style in this map, and all of a sudden, Hotchi is just doing something almost completely different, and I think that might throw him off a bit.
That's a very good point. Maybe Hotchi is that difference that Classified needed just to throw them off their rhythm and just get those 1 or 2 picks that are so crucial on a map like Downfall. But we'll have to stay tuned in on Dravenflies here to see what sort of approach they take. Now, actually, looking at the situation, if Dravenfly manages to sneak past, he's got to deal with Pounds. And if he deals with Pounds, he has a chance to get an objective. Gator Killer is there, but there is definitely a route to objective because Street Villain's view is blocked from the hotel. It's going to come down to a matter of time and onward timing between Pounds.
Man,
and
it is
not
tough.
taking any risk.
I'm looking at an overview, and it's tough to figure out what the best route is as you're kind of theorizing here. I mean, Gator Killer with all these rotations, I almost want Draven to go in central towards the door, but you do have Street Villain. What all can he see?
Street Villain's got this center approach locked down. Gator Killer came out with an amazing rotation, and that was so important because now there's more people on the south, on the west side, and interesting nade. They predict him to be in the north. And Pounds has got eyes over here too. Pound could shoot Draven as he comes out the staircase. It's very possible.
Man,
Pounds is
so
dialed
far
in.
yet so close.
This is so close, but the terrain is in Draven's favor, it seems. I don't know if Pounds caught a glimpse of him, but the issue is time. Draven is so low on time.
Yep,
He's gonna
60
have to catch
seconds.
Gator and Pounds to have any chance of this.
Finds one.
He's gonna have to catch a Gator Killer on rotation here. Gator Killer is moving in fast. Is Draven gonna see? He
Finds
does.
him.
30
Oh my
seconds on
goodness.
the clock. Draven's got no time to waste. He's got to move in quickly as Street Villain crashes back on the objective. Are they going to be able to capitalize on this? Street Villain's moving in. I think Draven's realized the situation now. He's moving in. The timer's clicked. That's the flash in the objective. But that proves that
Think
there's
he's
no
gonna
one
get
objective.
caught out. Oh no, he goes for the utility throw out in the open, giving Street Villain the opportunity to catch him smoke-handed, really. 16 seconds on the clock. Again, another Volk round. Phantom, what are we seeing here?
Wow. as I said, there was a route in from that north side. I mean, Gator Killer, that rotation to that far west wall, that was important. But he found Pounds. That pick was so important. Draven found Pounds, and when he took him out, Gator naturally panicked, right? They lost objective. So he started to crash in, and he managed to take him out as well. But the problem is, Street Villa's position was unknown to Draven. And as a result, he wasn't able to move in quick enough to objective. And as you said, he got caught smoke-handed. And yeah, that's unfortunately how it ended there for Wrecking Crew, but that was so close. I mean, if that smoke throw had come in a few seconds later, or a few seconds before, and maybe he had his gun in his hand, that could have been different. Because Street Villain was very panicked. He was rotating back to the objective all the way from that lower dumpster building.
Yeah, I don't think the utility throw was the way to go at that point. When you're committed to crossing like that, you have to have gun out.
Yep. It was a very tense moment, and again, it's difficult to deal with the pressure these players are on at the moment.
Absolutely. As we hop in to round number 5, 2-2 on Downfall, the final map for the Challenger Cup, potentially a potential undefeated streak for Classified as Misty goes down to Texas. A nice long range pick.
Now that's a very important spawn peak Texas hold. With this spawn, you can stop anyone from progressing up to those center bungalows, and Texas definitely shows some map knowledge there, but the great adjustment from the Wrecking Crew side to realize where Texas is, Ghost Killer almost gets a headshot onto Texas.
Gotta watch out for Gator Killer on the side, though.
Ghost Killer's gonna have to be careful. There's a lot of people aiming at him now. Look at all these leaders.
Everybody wants a piece of Ghost Killer right now.
Ghost Killer making the right choice. Backing down, live another day. You have the advantage, right?
I think I hit him. He's on the side door. He's on the doorway. I don't know though.
Ghost Killer knows that he's in trouble here. A good idea to rotate. He gets away with it as well. Just trying to stay alive.
Church, back church.
Now he rotates to the bottom floor. I wonder if the level change is enough to get into the heads of Classified, right? They're all still aiming at that doorway. Could he find himself a pick? Maybe Gator Killer, potentially, through that window? It's very possible.
I think so. With it being such a late angle, boom, right there, find Street Villain. Nobody's expecting a lower window after fighting up there. And now Gator Killer manages to find Ruby before they're able to pick any heads off.
Ooh. Eyes on Texas at the same time. He's come to the heli 2-story building, very close to objective. S-Dove is the only person that stands between him and a cap right now.
Oh, they called Ghost as dead, I believe, and then it ends up in a trade. Both only downed.
Wow, what a hectic round. Texas has top floor of heli 2-story. He's breached the building. S-Dove is now running out. He's going to get taken out.
Ooh.
Objective is open. Texas is going
Yeah.
to the cap. Is
They're
Draven
going
Power
in.
gonna catch this? Absolutely
Oh my
incredible.
goodness. There's no coverage.
What a
There's
beautiful
no
swim.
objective coverage. He goes out in the open. Draven needs to peek it right now. Needs to pull out his gun. Take the shots, but he doesn't. Classified get the cap. What?
Oh my
Are you
goodness.
kidding me?
That was incredible. What a quick turn of events. Turning into a cap so quickly. 3 minutes 30 on the clock.
Oh my goodness. I wasn't ready to hype up that cap. I was just like, okay, some kills are going on, some shots are over here. Okay, they're moving out. Oh my god, the like you said, the objective was open. Like I was not prepared.
Power play. Texas taking advantage of all the chaos in the middle. He just snuck into that heli 2-story building, and when S-Dove came out after that smoke was placed, that's all he needed. He found his pick and he got into the building. He did go for quite a risky cap. He decided to cap on the outside wall. I guess he thought there was someone on the objective, but it still paid off with his team smoking him out. What a fantastic cap, and Classified, that is exactly what they needed, right? They were dealing against a Volk advantage, and bang, a cap on the Marsok round changes everything.
Wow. I mean, you had all those wonderful words. All I have is wow. That was peak Onward right there. Love it. And Classified comes out of the Challenger Cup undefeated. What a remarkable display. Ooh, I need to breathe. You audience, y'all are gonna have to give me a minute. Let's go find another match maybe. But I just need a second. So we will catch y'all in the next round.
Onward VRML is brought to you by Downpour Interactive, Helga, the esports manager. Thanks for watching VRML.